In nomine Christi. Amen.
And welcome to Monastery Live, the world's greatest shit show, the open bar of the internet, where we, the good brothers and sisters of this holy of temple, seek enlightenment through the drunkiest and most batshit way possible. Onward, my friends. There is ale to be drank, there is asses to be kicked, and there is salt to be mined. I'm your one and only gaming monk, better known as Mildra, and with me I have two of my good brothers. We have the biggest head in Chicago, the bane of NPCs, and the man who probably died laughing looking at the retro uniform day for the White Sox. Good brother Aaron. We have the living Wikipedia and world's worst Philip cosplayer, the flamboyant flyer, good brother Flutter. And we'll probably have some more coming down the line.
I did not see the game, but were they wearing the fucking shorts?
They weren't wearing the shorts. They were wearing that stripe uniform that had socks right in one stripe. I think they had that uniform in the 80s or something.
Oh wait a minute! What's the red and blue uniform?
Yeah.
That red uniform that says socks right in the middle. I actually like that one. Come on.
And of course, they got completely blown out by the Twins.
Like I said, they're a mediocre team right now.
11-1.
Oh, and we got. Oh hell yeah, we got. I like that new kid. It's fucking hilarious.
And things will be interesting for my boys on Tuesday because they're going up against Derek Jeter's bitch.
Oh, the Marlins.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Much love for my good brothers and sisters in Florida, but nobody's defending the Marlins.
Yeah. They're basically what happened. It's like what happened to Miami at the end of Hotline Miami 2.
Yep, and
Anyway,
and Arabelle, can you still hear nothing? Can you still hear nothing, or is it fixed? So I really hope we don't have enough. We have a case of that, but we will do it live.
mm-hmm.
So the review for Strike went up last week. I think it went off without a hitch. I have all of the reviews for August already lined up, and I gave a bit of a preview about what's coming. Of course, next week is going to be the next Versus review that I do for, and the last one I'll probably be doing for a while until I can come up with a good thing. And so they're saying the Marlins will probably end up relocated or contracted in the next 5 years. I wouldn't doubt it. I think what's probably going to happen is they're probably going to get contracted with the Devil Rays. I know they got rid of the Devil part, but as far as I'm concerned, they will always be the Devil Rays. And
not only that, I think Tampa's on their way out too. They're probably going to give that team to fucking Montreal.
Well, we do know that they're doing the whole half-season thing, except of all the places you could have gone, you decided to go to Montreal. You're going back to Olympic Stadium.
Oh boy.
You know, I would say something, but I was told not to mock the disabled. And anyway, let's get things started.
What?
So,
That's the thing. Before going, that's what's funny. It's like the only things that ever only sports that ever worked in freaking Florida are two things: the Dolphins and the Heat. That's
Mm-hmm.
about it.
Right.
Anyway,
yep. So let's start off with the Kickstarter spotlight, and for our first one, we have another comic entry.
ooh, door kickers.
Yep, Door
Nice.
Kickers Panzer Demon. This is being brought to us by Scott McCullough from El Paso. He's
Why does
asking for.
that name sound familiar? Door kickers. What does that name? No.
You're
Scott
probably thinking
McCullough.
of the video game.
No, I'm talking about. I mean, I'm talking about the artist here, Scott McCullough. That name sounds familiar.
Ah.
Hmm.
Well, I found a Scott McCullough associated with the Raptors, and a director from Minneapolis, but coincidental.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very circumstantial at best.
So, let's see. This is going to be a 48-page graphic novel written by Scott McCullough, art by Ian Warayanto, colors by Harilda Norazala. Sorry for mispronouncing your name, and letters by Eric Weathers. It definitely seems to be in the vein of that whole military meets supernatural, kind of the same deal that we got out of Jawbreakers.
Yeah.
And so far, it's certainly looking promising.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, and of course, there's these stretch goals. There's not a whole lot to this one, but what I see out of this is a promising looking comic.
Yeah.
So hopefully he meets his goal. He's got about 25 days left. I keep forgetting. I remember I had the Inglewood thing in an earlier draft, but the save got fucked up, so I think I lost that one. I'll probably put that one in next week.
Ah.
Yep.
Let's see. Next we have the Flashback RPG, which is an RPG about changing history.
Flashback. No, and hold on, let me see for a second. Oh no, it's not. It's not based on that video game from back in the day.
As if the cover art didn't give you a clue.
I just saw the damn cover art.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, so there's so far they have about $1,500 dues for an 8,000 goal.
Yeah.
Yep. And they've got 13 days left. I'd say they're getting pretty close. They might make their goal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We have this. We have a whole thing where this seems to be early, in early industrial revolution, and then shit gets worse with meteorites, a spore sickness, and then titans.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really.
Let's see. Eating. Let's see a starfall, a spore sickness. So this is going a little bit of post-apocalypse, and then we go into what is flashback.
Mm-hmm.
In RPG word, players develop their character by adding to their backstory and building personality traits. The
Hmm.
Apparently the flashback doesn't have to do with time manipulation, but rather as the campaign goes on, you end up dealing with personal flashbacks to expand on their character, a la like a flashback in a TV show.
Ah.
That's interesting, but it's more a question of how well you're going to be able to pull that off. It's a bold
Mm-hmm.
strategy flashback. Let's see if it worked. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Oh yeah. Let's see if it pays off there.
Mm-hmm.
It also says flashback is a game for players who love D&D but want their game to have a stronger focus on role playing, character growth, and storytelling.
That's a bit of a red flag there. It's one because it
You're
suggests
worried
that
that it might be a story game.
it might be a narrative. Yeah, it might be one of those dumbass narrative RPGs.
At the very least,
It's a narrative. Oh yeah.
their art style is on point. Though one thing that is concerning to me is the fact that there's okay. Never mind. Okay,
Ah.
we have personality traits and the like. The whole build that backstory as we play. I'm not entirely. I rather people have their backstory in advance so that they don't ass pull something or pull a old man Henderson.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So we're using a D10 based resource system as stamina.
Hmm.
All spells, weapons, and advanced actions are presented in the form of item cards. Okay. And apparently one of the main things they want to go with is combat against these titans. And looking at this image that we have here, I'm getting a bit of a Shadow of the Colossus vibe.
Right.
Let's see. So a bit on character creation. Let's see the physical attributes. So it's saying you're defining your character through personality traits.
Oh, find your power animal.
Yeah, cool. Close enough. Let's see. A social combat. See a flashback and awareness, and then okay, warm fuzzies. I like this. Feels nice, reduces stress, helps artists and creators succeed. 0 calories, not available in stores. You get it even if we don't reach our goal. Okay, taking a
Nice.
look at the character sheet. Um, I am interested in this whole dynamics. This whole it seems that it goes with a positive and negative trait. Like charm has forthright and deceptive
Right.
with its own set of setups. So it might not be as much of a story game as we thought. See, they're also
Oh,
going
that's
to
a
be creating
relief.
counter maps for the Titans themselves.
Yeah.
Now, items, spells, and weapons being on cards, kind of iffy on that. Although I do love the subtitle here. Prototype versions shown. Final product may differ. Guinea pigs not included. Sorry.
Ah!
And then design goals. So they want it to be beginner. They want it to be beginner friendly, which is the reason they're using TV and movie terminology. Interesting
Oh.
decisions using a die pool resource mechanic, so players have control over the odds. They don't have to ask, do I want to succeed now They have to ask, do I want to succeed now or save stamina for later?
Guinea pigs aren't the one, or in this case, for some certain Twitch streamers, cats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Player interaction. Feed. So the storyteller role is meant to be over the whole group. That's going to get tricky because a lot of people are going
Yeah.
to. Whenever you're dealing with a
Yeah.
game that does round robin for the storyteller or the GM in any way, you're going to be going against people's natural instincts. I had this exact same
Yeah,
problem
you
with Mystic
are.
Empyrean. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and unique experience, saying they provide a framework that breaks down the classic RPG stereotypes and lets players see the world through different eyes. That's a bit reachy. This thing
Mm-hmm.
certainly seems a little bit ambitious, but I don't see a whole lot of wokeness. The
Right.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty scatterbrained, though.
a bit scatterbrained.
Right.
This thing
Yeah.
desperately needs a demo version.
It needs
Mm-hmm.
a quick start. It needs a better explanation of the rules. Because it looks like
Yeah,
this
it
one might.
does.
Because it looks like this one might need to head back to the drawing board one more time.
I'm not
Yeah.
say I'm not saying blow it up and start from scratch, but you need to much better define what exactly you're selling me.
Yeah, because
Mm-hmm.
and that's the problem with some of these narrative bases. Like they make their own freaking patch. They make their own freaking play as you go system, and it's like that's laziness.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that one plays out. So the next one we have is antimatter, which is describing itself as a cosmically balanced one, and by the time I uploaded it, it looks like it's already met its goal.
Oh yeah,
Only
about
three
four
hundred
times
ninety five
over.
dollars, so they kept it light.
Very
Yeah.
lightweight. So let's see what's this. Yeah,
Although I do love that
but
their only pledge which is the $5 one, is titled "Make It So," and they were only asking for $100.
Wow.
yeah, I don't know what's going on with these guys. Probably they sounds like they're this is one of judging by how short this is. Sounds like another one of those beer and pretzels things, isn't it?
It certainly, looking at the sheet, it certainly looks like that. It
Mm-hmm.
this reminds me of Daniel Bain's Wushu, and it looks
Ah.
like they do. And hey there, Exia. I can definitely say this: the creators of this definitely wore their Star Trek love on their sleeve.
Yep.
Yeah, they did.
A bit of Star Trek and a bit of a small bit of Star Wars.
I don't know, man. The way they they sort of laid it out, seeing that it's a futuristic sci-fi heist RPG. Sounds to me more like Cowboy Bebop.
Mm,
I can see that.
stretching, but okay. Oh, that explains why it's so light. The PDF's only going to be about 30 to 40 pages.
Mm.
Ah.
And what? Anexia, what the hell are you doing in the corner?
Yeah, if you're gonna sit in the corner, at least get yourself a dunce cap.
Um, okay, it's a one-person job who by someone who has decided to make a few jokes by saying that his name is Jack Rosetree and he is a pretty fairy princess that is good at jumping, archery, chivalry, and knot tying. Yeah, with the short amount that they were asking for, and and all that. I think this is a case of this is very much a one man show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. They probably figured, we're not gonna. Yeah, this is just for fun. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, like what's going. Basically how the Pittsburgh Pirates are run right now.
Yeah.
Although
Uh,
I can't say that I would run it because its die system amounts to a coin toss. But I could see this as a kind of beer and pretzels thing. It could break out at a convention.
yeah, or
Yeah.
or their local Buffalo Wild Wings, one of the two.
No, too noisy at mine, so that ain't
Oh,
happening.
oh yeah,
No.
that's right. You go to Buffalo Wild Wings, like it's like Jesus Christ.
Like, you expect things to be quiet in a Buffalo Wild Wings around here when the Twins are winning?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
definitely.
The last one we have is Trudvang Legends. Now, Trudvang, I'm familiar with the RPG, is a very European RPG, right alongside the Dark Eye, even if this one's a bit more Norse focused. They're asking for
Mm-hmm.
2 million. They're currently at 1.1 million. They have 16 days to go.
200,000. They made their goal.
Oh,
Yeah, 200,000.
200,000. They're currently at 1.1 million. I was about to say asking for
They
2
made
million is a bit much.
they made yeah they made their goal, and it's still going up.
I
So
was about to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just
they
went
pretty
up
much
again.
made they made this shit 5.5 times over. Looks
Mhm.
like it might be six.
Yeah.
16 days to
Mhm.
go. They'll probably get 2 million. Easy.
Yeah.
Question
Easily.
is, either they pregame this well, or this Trudvang, it's got enough of a freaking legacy that people are gonna jump in on this.
Well, it's already well established
Yeah.
as an RPG, especially in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
So that might have helped. And the other thing is that it's being done by Simon, who already has a very strong track record of adapting other works into board games.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, that's another thing that I've been seeing a lot lately. That people are deciding to go shut up and take my money to. Simon's turning into a bit of a brand.
Yeah,
And if you got that brand, you can just put it on a fucking juice box, and it'll sell like hotcakes.
Oh, yeah.
thankfully they haven't done that. They're kind of like a larger budgeted version of level 99 games, where their only focus is putting out good games instead of trying to go full merchandising.
Merchandising. Well, if you're merchandising, sell some flamethrowers. How about that?
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Let's
But
see.
yeah, but Simon, yeah, it's become a bit of a brand. So of course they're gonna start opening their wallets if you got good branding. But how
Mhm.
good is it? Let's see. Let's find out.
Let's find out. You sound like I do on my own reviews.
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got quite the bit of material on this thing.
Yeah, a lot
Yeah.
of flash, a lot of flash, a lot of flash, a lot of art, a lot of flash. Okay.
I will say the art design for their for their minis is very much on point.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, it is.
And it looks like we have a bit of random generation when it comes to the world. Let's see. So, given the events regarding travel, discovery, and choices, I think I'm starting to like what I see. especially since instead of using some sort of die setup, it's using the casting of runes.
Mm-hmm.
As if it wasn't obvious
Yeah.
what sort of mythology this game is based on.
Oh,
Hmm.
yeah.
Alright, let's see
Yeah.
what
That
we've
doesn't
got
have, doesn't have
for
any,
classes. And I do love that when it comes to doing these sorts of setups, they don't use the typical setup when it comes to classes. So
Yeah.
we have a Vintner Weaver.
a Vintner Weaver,
Yep. A Dim Walker, and of course warriors, rangers, and rogues.
huh? Vintner Weaver. So what are you doing? They're weaving potato chips? Yeah, based on that local brand we got here in Chicago called Vintners.
Hmm.
Ah.
Okay, yeah, it's a Chicago joke. You probably don't get it.
And I appreciate that they are wearing their Norseness on their sleeve.
Oh, definitely.
Hmm.
Now the question here is, do we have a quick start?
Well,
Because
this is a board game, not an RPG.
Yeah, it's the board. Yeah, it's a board game.
okay, that makes sense now. Because I was about to say, it's like if you're doing, if at least have it, if you're doing this and it's hopefully get a quick start going because, like I said, yeah, it looks good and all, but then again, I realized, oh, it's not that. I was like, okay,
I
then
think there were a
you
few
get
how
a
to play videos that I saw. So, and apparently this is their 38th Kickstarter. So I'd
Jesus
say
Christ.
they've got some experience.
Jesus.
And
Like I
hey,
said,
Yeah.
after 38 Kickstarters, I think at this point we have brand recognition here. So, hence,
Hmm.
you're going to, if you, like I said, strong branding, you're going to get a lot of money.
Yeah.
That
although
reminds me, I got to worry about my
since they're
own.
from Atlanta, would you say that this is one of those cases where they're not going to blow a lead?
Oh, they better not.
Yeah.
But first, as a first note for the gaming news, and I really hope this doesn't get taken down. Please don't let this get taken down.
Watch, it'll get taken down.
Fuck. Fans are
I
working
said,
on
watch, it'll get taken.
a Dino Crisis remake in Unreal Engine 4.
Woo.
Looks good, but like I said, they're going to, people are so paranoid about their fucking IPs these days. Oh, it's a Capcom. Oh boy, this is not going to be good. Or maybe Capcom could do the right thing like Sega did and just back up a truck full of money.
Yeah.
Because that's what Sega did with some of their stuff. It's like, oh, you're making a fan game? Okay, send in the armored car. We're gonna pay you and get you published.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing some people saying that this is going to be better than Control. Control's not even out yet, and let's let it fail on its own terms before we slag on it.
Yeah.
Although, given the fact that nobody did anything to try and bury the Dagger of Xiang thing that was effectively a Unreal version of old school Tomb Raider. Maybe we can hold out a little bit of hope.
Hmm.
It could be worse. They could be playing Dino Crisis 3.
Oh.
Oh God.
Let's see. Next, this was a board game that was brought to my attention that is definitely an interesting one. It's a board game that's meant to be played alongside Alexa.
Huh.
Huh.
Saint Noir.
Oh my
It's a murder mystery board game. Okay, that just takes me to.
Oh damn! It seems the real life inspiration for Clay Davis is making it pretty much a similar speech he did. His character did on the fucking Wire. Jesus Christ!
All right, let's see.
Jesus.
Yeah. Let's see what we got here.
Okay, example.
Alexa board game.
Mm-hmm.
So effectively, you have 7 nights to solve a case, and as well as comparing questions, answers, and looking for inconsistencies. So, I think in this, the reason that Alexa is used is to act as the person you're asking questions to. So
Right.
every term you go ahead.
So they're making a game based on you using that fucking spy tool. That's what I call Alexa. It's a fucking spy tool.
Mm.
Let's see. It feels like a film noir version of Clue. I will say, I love the design of the board.
The art design's fucking awesome, though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And but I will never touch a freaking Alexa. That's for damn show.
I think the reason this one hit a note for me is because it kind of reminds me of those old board games with VHS.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah.
Remember how to? It's like how to host a murder or something. What's it called?
Now, How to Host a Murder is just a straight up LARP. I'm thinking of either Pause, which was just a glorified trivia game, or Dragon Strike, which was TSR's attempt to make AD&D approachable.
Yeah, yeah. And no, I don't. I would say Nightmare just so I could use the Black Hole reference.
The Black Hole reference.
Yeah. You're banished to the Black Hole.
Yeah, I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that was coming.
Yep.
Okay, and for some reason, Restream fucked up and acted like everybody disappeared, which isn't the case.
Weird.
But, let's see.
Technology
Then there was
dangerous.
this little thing where we have a mod in Sekiro that allows you to fight bosses and only bosses in any order you want.
Huh. Boss rush mod.
Yep.
Interesting.
Defeating a boss for a first time gives you a coin purse with 1,000 sen, which you can spend on shop items, and plenty of XP. There are no NPCs, so you can handle your upgrades at the idol at the temple. Let's see. Apparently the modder defined a boss as any enemy that gives you a memory when you defeat them. So no great serpents or chained ogres. Thank God. I don't feel like dealing with that giant ass snake again.
Right.
Let's see. And a few other streamlined.
What you rather deal with the snake in that game or the snake in Resident Evil?
The one in Resident Evil.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, this thing is fucking big. Let's see. Skip conveniences such as skip the Ashina Reservoir tutorial. hiding item pickups. And I see what Sally had put up.
It's definitely in the black hole.
Yep. And obviously, this is not a mod for first timers.
Obviously.
Yeah, so if you're wet behind the ears, get ready to die. A lot.
Even if you're not wet behind the ears, you're probably going to die a lot.
Yeah.
Next, we have a platformer that was brought to my attention called Savior. This is coming to us from Starsoft Entertainment. The release date is currently listed as TBD.
More like when it's done.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't hold your breath for this one.
Mm-hmm.
It does seem to be a very classical platformer. And I do like the combat certainly seems to have an interesting setup.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that we're playing as effectively a monk is certainly hitting my notes.
Yeah,
exactly.
Not entirely sure what vibe they're going for with this dueling style combat that we see.
Yeah, it says explore a vast medieval wild and a futuristic underworld. Why am I getting Onimusha 3 vibes?
Visually, it's certainly on point. Maybe this will be a fairer version of The Messenger. But the platformer that comes to mind looking at this is Prince of Persia.
Huh.
It's not gonna be as unforgiving as Prince of Persia was, hopefully.
Yeah.
And I do love the last feature in this thing: befuddle robots with logic.
Oh boy.
Okay, next, we have a politician in Japan who may be our guy, Taro Yamada.
The Japanese are starting to be a bit more aware of the pink-haired invasion coming to their shores.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I've been seeing a lot of invasion coming in from anime, especially in the wake of the case that shall not be named.
And here, the DLC for the Messenger, it is basically more Messenger.
Exactly.
Which means the platforming is just as nuts as the core game is. i.e., don't make a mistake, or you will get your ass fucked.
Yeah. Exactly.
But apparently,
apparently this guy's starting to take note what's going on. He said, "Okay, time to get rid of time to cast off these pink-haired gaijin."
Yep.
Yeah, and he did end up getting his seat, the congressional seat that he was going for. And the reason why he might be our guy is that he has been very vocal in his support of both freedom of speech and against censoring manga.
Yeah, like I said, those little bastards. They thought they're so cute, they're so slick, trying to get in under their noses, but nope, they got your, they smell your ass.
JCast had reported that he has advocated against the restriction of expression, including cartoons and animations, and has developed political activities using Twitter and video sites. Now, granted, it's a congressional seat, so what influence he's going to have is limited, and I I can't say that I'm an expert when it comes to how Japanese politics works, but I'll take this guy over that one really infamous guy several years ago who said that otaku have bad DNA.
What? Jeez.
Mhm.
That was a thing. That was a thing almost a decade ago.
Yeah, but like I said, yeah, they probably at the time say, "Oh, this just this. They're just all the it's the basis of the neat problem." Then they realized what kind of assholes are trying to sneak in and fuck it up. It's like,
Yeah.
we're mistaken here. They at least needs, yeah, they're annoying and they're shut-ins, but at least they're not trying. At least they're not trying to colonize our fucking culture.
Mhm.
See, so next we have Brendan Fletcher, who apparently is going to be making a Robotech series and
Huh.
calling it Remix One, a reimagining of the classic. All we have are just a few covers. Whoever's handling the cover art is certainly on point, especially this
Oh,
last
definitely.
one that is a mock-up of an action figure. Or
Oh,
rather, no,
cool.
that's cover C that has the mock-up. Sorry.
Back in a second. Gotta get a drink.
I may be
All
pissed
right.
off at the Harmony Gold thing, but given the art design for this remix, I'll take it.
Yeah.
I don't see a whole lot of the woke brigade in this shit. So
No, neither do I.
let's see, and that explains why the artwork was familiar. The artist Elmer Damaso had worked on the
Mhm.
Marvel manga verse.
Ah.
Which I know the mangaverse thing was a very weird experience, but I had a soft spot for it because of the fact that it didn't try and half-ass it, and I said when when Marvel was doing oh hey there Doku.
Well, hello there, party people. What have I missed?
We just finished covering the Robotech remix thing that Brendan Fletcher and Elmer Damaso are going to be tackling.
Mhm.
Okay, I heard about that, but didn't get a chance to really look into it. That's on my to-do list.
Yeah. I may still be pissed about the Harmony Gold situation, but I'm not going to take that out on these two guys because they just looked at it as say, "Hey, we grew up watching Robotech, now we get to work on the comic."
Exactly.
And I did read the I can't even call it a reboot or it was essentially a scene for scene adaptation of the original Robotech comic, but surprisingly enough the artwork and the story was very well adapted.
Ah. Nice.
It was actually worth the money. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Tribes of Midgard is going into open beta, which is describing itself as a co-op survival game.
Huh.
I.e., people form a tribe of 1 to 10 players and try and survive as long as they can.
Right.
Hmm.
So I definitely
All
like that
right,
this is a
back.
I definitely like that we're looking at a
Welcome back.
survival game that is not using a first person perspective.
Mhm.
Oh, hey, Doku. Thanks for following me, by the way.
Yeah, dude, I thought I already had, but it's Twitter, so what do you expect?
Yeah, they like to. Yeah, Yeah, what they like to do to my account is they like to cap my fucking follows. Every time I go over 490, 3 guys go.
Ah.
Well, there's a reason I haven't been advertising the fact that I have a Twitter account, because I don't want to get banned for 2.5 years again.
Don't blame you.
Okay, after looking at the footage, the vibe I get out of Tribes of Midgard is Diablo with some crafting and gathering mechanics.
Oh.
So this isn't quite Cursed Runes, but we'll see how the open beta ends up working out. And unfortunately, it's ending at midnight, so there goes my opportunity.
Well,
There'll probably be some later
Yep.
ones in the future. I would like to see this work out, especially since seeing more Norse myths shit is always a plus for me.
yeah, especially now that fucking Marvel's gone woke, it's time to look to others to get your Norse mythology fix.
And hey, if and I'm just gonna put this out there. I may be very tempted to write a Thor superhero, except the only thing that's different is that he has red hair.
Do it.
Yeah,
Do it just
Make
to
it-
spite Disney.
yeah, make it a true Nordic fantasy. Because most of these motherfuckers had red hair.
Now, speaking of Nordic, somewhat off topic, but still relevant, for all you weebs out there, if you haven't, check out Vinland Saga. Really good Viking.
Oh, I have been trying to promote Vinland Saga as a manga for 10 years.
Dude, that shit's fucking awesome. That shit is brutal as shit. It's
highly
amazing.
recommend, if anybody who was a fan of the Golden Age arc for Berserk, get Vinland Saga.
And drink for honor.
Drink for the honor.
Go.
Skull.
Cool.
Okay, anyway, so I haven't gotten the chance to play the demo, though I do have it downloaded, but a demo is currently up for Oninaki, which we've covered a couple times, and I think we also covered it during that E3 special that we did.
Mm-hmm.
Oninaki is still Oh, and I see that Siberian has joined the chat, and Oninaki, for what it's worth, is still looking fairly promising. It is
Nice.
definitely going to be a jump for the studio, because their last game was I Am Setsuna,
Oh.
which was I Am Setsuna was more in the vein of Chrono Trigger in terms of its combat style, and now they're doing an action game.
Yeah.
So I do
One
like
of the
these.
idiots in the
Oh, go ahead.
Look at this. One of the idiots in the freaking comments. They're looking. He's complaining about fucking lollies. Like, huh?
Those who
that
go
gotta
out
do with
looking for those who go out looking for witches.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. Lolicons have become essentially the new incels of the nerd culture community.
Oh yeah,
It's just become a slur to throw around to people that don't share your same ideological affiliations as to how the nerd culture should be represented. To which all actual nerds say, "Go fuck yourself."
yeah. But by the way, speaking of which, we got. Let's wait till later. I've been wanting to talk about this shit out here.
Yeah,
Not
but
about lollies, but something similar.
getting back on the
Oh,
matter
boy.
at hand, I do have to say, I really think that Oninaki is something that people should not sleep on. I get the feeling a bunch of people are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like I
We'll
said,
keep us up.
this is Square Enix we're talking about.
Square's just publishing.
Oh.
Ah.
This is Aaron. You have 2 eyes and 1 mouth. And Ace, I see that Adek has joined us in the chat. How you doing, man?
What's up, Adic? Doing good. Thank you for joining us.
All right, let's see. And we ended up getting another bit on Greedfall that is going to be focusing on its customization, and the fact that we can at least customize our protagonist to a degree. It is possible that the protagonist might be either male or female, which means that's probably going to trigger a few people because there aren't enough genders.
Yeah, of course.
Mhm.
Yeah, if it doesn't
Are you telling me I can't play as in... Go ahead, Aaron.
yeah, it's like if it doesn't have a double-digit amount of genders, then all of a sudden it's not woke. That's the point, you jackass.
Okay,
Yeah, you're
so
telling
it
me I
looks like
can't
we
play
have
as an
a
asexual otherkin? The fuck?
we've got a fairly decent sized skill tree, and looking at the combat, the vibe that I get out of this is this is a combat style that's going to be very welcomed by people who got pissed off at Peter Molyneux. Like it's very Fable-esque. I think I do see a little bit of a stamina system, but I don't think this game is trying to be a Souls-like in its combat setup.
Yeah,
Right.
they're gonna try to bill it as one because branding.
So
Yeah.
far they haven't.
No. I'm not saying the studio or I'm saying the freaking pundits.
At least niche
Yeah.
gamers isn't going to do that because they're not stupid.
Yeah, I know that.
Mhm.
Well, you watch this shit's gonna end up. Shit's gonna pop up a Kotaku saying, complain about fucking Dark Souls. Jesus Christ, that's another topic that has free headspace in these idiots. Anyway.
Normally I would put this in geek, but since this is good news, I decided not to. We have a fireback regarding Me Too, specifically the creator of Honest Trailers, Andy Signor, who decided to fire back, and gave a lot of info saying that, yeah, the bitch who was trying to say that shit about me, yeah, she's full of shit.
Yeah, I guess it took him a while to find his balls, but nevertheless, he found them, and now he's going after these assholes. And the funny part is now that there's I just heard that he might be doing a podcast on Geeks and Gamers.
Oh, that'll be interesting. And
Yeah.
even better with the whole thing, because he did this as a response when April Dawn decided to put up her little tweet. But he showed receipts showing, yeah, this bitch is crazy.
Yeah, really.
And I can definitely see that because she has that resting face.
Oh yeah, the resting bitch face. This is one of those feels where it's like, yeah, she's got the "may I speak to your manager" face.
Mm-hmm.
One of the type of people that she comes to and it's like, you might want to go down there with a Pizza Hut, sweetie.
Hey, maybe you can find Jim Hurd over there.
God.
And anyway, so this one, there's not a whole lot on this bit of news, but it's a bit of a surprise. God damn it, Aaron. But so Monster Rancher of all things might be getting a port. Which is a bit of a surprise to me. Now, so
yeah,
far,
I was never big into
Oh, go ahead.
big into Monster Rancher.
I had a passing interest. It definitely got caught. It definitely got caught in the whirlwind that was the Pokemon bubble of that era. But I think this will be a good opportunity for people to see it in its own light instead of seeing it as a poor man's Digimon.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's a fair point. I'll admit I never thought of it that way, but that's actually a really good analogy.
Yeah.
well, it didn't help that the cartoon version was, at least for me, was also on Fox, the same network that Digimon was on. So
Kawinky dink.
Yeah.
But the thing here is this a remaster or they're just doing a port?
I think it's just a enhanced port. It's going to be digital only. So I think I think this is more. Oh wait, this was done by Koei. This was done by Koei Tecmo. But
so it won't get the Yakuza treatment.
No, I don't see that happening. Maybe it might happen in the future, but not yet.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, the next. Okay, we've gone too far with the meme.
Keemstar was talking about this.
We now have a Storm Area 51 game. It is shit.
God.
It's an asset flip, but it exists.
Yeah, Keemstar was talking about this shit, or I think about a week ago in Drama Alert.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "Don't go storming Area 51. Just buy the game and do it virtually without getting shot."
The only good that's come out of this, aside from some of the people jumping in on the meme, is that apparently the military has had to do a slide-by-slide breakdown on what Naruto running is.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Oh god.
Yeah.
and then to cap it all off, we have a handful of army guys doing the Ginyu Force pose. So it's like, oh
Yep.
shit.
Oh, by the way, have you checked a look at there's a video that Chisel Adonis did about he did several videos about Area 51, but he did one with his buddy where it's like a skit where this guy's like, "Hey, I want to go to Area 51."
Oh yeah.
Have you seen that?
I have not
I
yet.
have.
You should see that one. It's fucking hilarious.
God, if you ever needed evidence that weeb culture has essentially managed to slowly take over our society, here's your fucking evidence.
Yeah.
Now,
Taking over woke culture.
unsurprisingly, the
You and
game
me
is
both.
shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's shovelware trash.
Like and it's not the last shovelware that we'll be covering. But
Yeah, but it's fun it's fun they're capitalizing on the meme, so I can't hate them for that. But other than that, yeah, it's shovelware trash.
Then we have this little instance from now. Because of what recently came up regarding Boogie, I was tempted to actually take this thing off, but I'm keeping it on for different reasons. So, Dexter Toe, who I usually go to for drama regarding esports, had gotten some shit for the fact that they had jumped the gun, saying that Boogie had canceled a charity stream, even though the charity stream actually did go off without a hitch, and Tipster had called them out and said, what the fuck are you guys doing? The stream is on right now. But thankfully, they did put up an update, and they did say sorry. They did give a sorry we fucked up. So that's what I want to focus on with that. But I saw that little DM exchange that Boogie had done, and yeah, fuck him.
Oh yeah.
I mean, props to him for
amazing.
raising 3.5K. But no.
No.
Yeah, anybody who uses their freaking disability to manipulate someone, get out. Seriously,
Get the
get
hell
out.
Yes, yeah. Agree.
And I'll just say this. Credit where credit is due. Thanks for raising some charity, but I'm sorry, I've never been a fan of Boogie, and there's never been a reason that he's presented to me via his actions
Yeah,
that
he's
would
become
make
more
me be a
cringy
fan
as
of
of
him.
late.
I
Yeah.
I barely look at his stuff, so there's that.
Yeah, is it just me, or is it me, or since he got his new teeth, he looks more like fucking mundane Sisyphus.
You're not completely off the mark there.
Yeah,
But
really.
my focus on this is the fact that Boogie not Boogie, but Dexter Toe actually did something that a lot of journalists don't. And Sally's saying he looks like a pale donkey. Where's the lie?
Yeah. Well, he is. Well, he does look like an ass, or is acting like one.
Now,
Mm-hmm.
there's been some news regarding Project Sakura Wars, the upcoming one that's having character design by Tite Kubo. And already I can see this getting a bit contentious, because instead of going for the traditional game strategy gameplay, they're going for more of an action focus.
Oh,
I'm giving it its day in
that's
court because I haven't seen anything bad coming out of it, and I'm especially giving it its day in court when they revealed what was the inspiration to take that route. Specifically, the opening cutscene for Sakura Wars 3 was what gave them the inspiration to take this approach.
Interesting.
that's more like I'll have to see it to see what's going on. And if it doesn't pass the smell test and it acts like a freaking Dynasty Warriors clone, skip City.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not seeing the Dynasty Warriors clone in this.
Well, if it turns out to be one,
But
see here.
in all the other factors, it seems like a fairly standard fare Sakura Wars game. Plus, we haven't had a game in this genre in about 2 generations.
Right.
The last one we got was So Long My Love on the PS2.
Oh,
So what I'm hoping happens if this ends up having enough of a splash is something akin to a Yakuza situation where a later game does well enough that the previous ones start coming back.
oh, definitely, yeah. Because if again, this is me because I have a bit of a history with the Yakuza series where I've played the first Yakuza on the PS2, and I'm going to tell you this right now. Though the story's still good, the game has not aged well. It hasn't. But I played Kiwami I played Kiwami, and trust me, while it doesn't hold up as good as Zero and Kiwami 2, still mounts better than the original one.
It is
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's a shame that none of the successor ones got dubbed, but let's be honest, the only reason people want it dubbed is for more
Mark Hamill.
of Mark Hamill, because
Yeah,
the rest
Mark
of the dub.
Hamill is for.
Mark Hamill is Majima, but still, but then again, we wouldn't get him saying Kirja. I love Majima. It's fucking amazing. Every time he appears, I'm like Kirja.
Yep, and I see Homer in the
Anyway.
thing, and now it's a case of God damn it, Capcom.
Not again.
You're doing this again? Did you not
God
Did you
damn
not
it.
learn from 6 years ago?
Yeah,
God
did you
damn it,
not learn
Capcom.
from porting X1 to the to iOS?
Are
Jesus.
your head starting to float in the clouds again, Capcom? You knew what happened early in the decade. This got you into the doghouse, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Capcom is the Arizona Diamondbacks of Japanese game development. Just putting that out there.
It's like they have a couple years of kicking ass, and all of a sudden they decide to screw up.
Like, and it has to be to X. Why are you so?
That's even worse.
Why are you so merciless
Why
in
make
your
an
application
X9? How
of
about
paint?
that?
Yeah.
And now for something a bit strange. So, the premium version of Darksiders Genesis has been teased. That has the standard fare shit you would expect from a premium edition. You know, nice little box, a figure, a tiny ass art book, a tiny ass soundtrack, and a board game.
What?
Uh-huh. Interesting approach to take.
Let's see this. Oh boy.
I mean, why?
Oh boy. Sounds like they merchandising.
I mean,
Yeah.
I wasn't planning on getting the Nephilim edition for Darksiders Genesis anyways. I'm just trying to figure
God.
out why you thought including a board game was a good idea. And if you do not make that board game its own thing, you are going to get a lot of people pissed.
Oh yeah, and the question
Oh,
here.
definitely.
Yeah, so the question I gotta ask is this: are we getting the Darksiders cereal with this? Then again, I prefer Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, that's weird because if
Yeah, exactly, Ed Spider. Merchandising.
But yeah, it's
Yeah,
weird.
exactly, Jack.
If you're gonna go the board game route, why not just make the board game a separate product and use the video
Yeah.
game as a way to support it, and vice
Yeah.
versa?
Ridiculous. Shit, it's not like you have to buy one and the other. Shit, either
Not to
or.
mention if you want, yeah.
This is
Yeah,
just
two completely different mediums. You could use one to promote the other, and vice versa. Like, who is working in your fucking marketing department? Fire them.
Exactly.
Is Tombstone working in the marketing department again?
Who? Who?
If you didn't play Spider-Man
Tombstone.
PS4, you're not going to get the joke.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Tombstone.
Oh, yeah, but
And-
no, that makes no sense. Like, why would you do that? That is just
Plus,
Yeah,
it
this
ends
just
up making the
makes
price
no
to be
sense
about
at all.
$250. Never mind the fact that
Good
there's
Lord,
already
that's a lot of money.
yeah, no.
ooh.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Moving on to companies promoting themselves properly.
There we go. Here's the
Cyberpunk
opposite.
2077 has stated that they are not doing any pre-order bonuses. Period. Everyone gets the exact same content.
Oh, thank God. That's not a drink. That's a cheers.
God. Yeah.
Cheers for a company going back to the fucking roots of video game culture, back when Prima strategy guys were still a thing.
Yeah, really. Frick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
They're
at
promoting
it was during
GOG.
it was in a it was on a developer had responded to the question on Reddit and saying, "No, we don't do that." Then
That's
saying
good.
every person that buys the
That
game
is
gets
very
exactly the same in-game content, no matter if they buy it in pre-orders or release date or 2 years later. Now, I think there's a bit of an implication that if they do any sort of changing to the content, it's going to be expansions after launch. And
Yeah, just like what they did with Witcher 3.
yeah, and I know some people will be like, "Oh, that means they're going to do post-launch. They're going to do post-launch DLC." They did that with The Witcher 3, but it was a mix, and more importantly, they had done 2 expansions. Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine. And those were proper expansions, which is saying something, because it's not like The Witcher 3 in and of itself wasn't packed to the gills as it was.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Oh god, speaking of this, I just have an idea for 2 meme formats if anybody wants to capitalize on this. First off, pre-order back in the day. Show the golden Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time case, and then the Fallout 74 bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Then
Fallout
and
76.
now. Yeah, then and now. Then if you want to talk about loot box shit from Call of Duty, and then show the big Goron's knife from Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Then and now. Then and now, boys and girls. Then and now.
Yeah, really.
Yep.
Yeah,
Same fucking price tag.
But you know what? This is going to propel. I think Cyberpunk 2077, since they're their own publisher here, right? I believe.
Yeah.
So you know what this is going to do? This is going to propel them to the fucking AAA sector. No fucking doubt, and it'll be well deserved because it's about time we get a company that actually gives a fuck about their games, not using it to promote it as a fucking cash cow. I'm talking about you, Rockstar.
Don't worry, we'll get to them. So apparently this was an interesting bit of news regarding Bloodstained. The devs had to beat the bosses taking no hits and with only a dagger.
Damn, that's hard.
Mission impossible.
Now that's what I call a fucking resume.
Yeah.
Iga had said, "I wouldn't call it a design guideline, but Bloodstained does follow a strict rule that I always make the team adhere to. That is, the developer who creates the boss must beat their own boss without taking a hit and using only a dagger. We almost didn't make it. I think this is more to curtail cheap bosses. If you can beat it with shit equipment, then that boss is getting in. If you need fancy stuff in order to beat it, then no. I think there's also the fact that he knows that people are going to come up with the dumbest fucking builds for his game, so he's trying to accommodate.
Yeah, because there are some sadistic boss designers out there that say, okay, how can we make this? How can we piss them off? Because but then again,
when you mentioned that about boss designers, you want to know who immediately came to mind? Glasses douche himself, Itagaki.
Oh boy!
I loved the Ninja Gaiden games, but fuck that guy.
Yeah, some of the fucking Alma. I always bring this up. The fucking Alma boss in the fucking Xbox Ninja Gaiden fucking reboot, remake, whatever you want to call it. That shit was annoying because you fucking get one jump off and you're immediately dead no matter how much prep you did. But also, I'm gonna take a drink for this one because this is my idea of quality control in the current state of gaming.
Yeah, but then again, sadistic boss design has been a problem since time immemorial.
I'm going to give you one. SNK boss syndrome is a completely different affair, and that is always going to have its notoriety. But I'm going to give you one company name that has always been infamous for me when it comes to really balls hard optional bosses. Try Ace.
Star Ocean. Oh shit.
Up the Star Ocean games.
Mildred, you just pointed out the big problem that we have with modern games versus, well, back in the day games when they were still made by gamers.
Try beating Indalecio, the final boss, with no limiter.
Well, optional bosses in difficulty settings. Hell, even just putting an achievement in there, like, oh, you get this achievement, even doing like a nice in-game item for getting said achievement. But don't make it fucking mandatory because I'm going to make a hard boss because I want the game to be hard. Don't get me wrong, I love Dark Souls, but sometimes they pull that ass pull from time to time.
Yeah.
Yeah, although...
Dancer of the Boreal Valley, looking at you.
I think the worst instance of an optional boss that I've ever had to deal with in an old school game was Ozma in Final Fantasy IX because
I was just
Oh, Ozma.
Ozma is the
Good
classic
God,
asshole
Ozma.
boss.
Yeah.
Ozma is the boss that's there simply to see have you literally done everything else in the game and there's nothing else left for you to do. Then you can go beat Ozma.
Exactly.
Yeah, really.
yep. But that
That was just there for the sake of it.
yeah.
Mhm.
Point is he cheats. Fuck him.
Oh yeah.
That's kind
Wait, what do you...
Cure. That's kind of what I
Sorry.
mean when I talk about extra bosses. The ones where where you're going to get your ass kicked and you know what you're getting into. I just go by the
Well,
different names.
Ozma...
Yeah.
Ozma was just there, though. Like, let's call Ozma what it is. Ozma was that boss that was there when all of your friends were like, I beat Final Fantasy IX. And it's like, oh, I beat Ozma. And all your friends said, no, you didn't. So you all invite them over to your house on fucking Saturday and you just fucking whip the shit out of Ozma. And then you have ultimate bragging rights for the rest of your life. That was the whole point of Ozma.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. We'll call it what it is. It's a pure bragging rights boss.
Mhm.
Yeah, really.
Yep. But
That's what made it fun.
But now it's time to start getting our pickaxes and start mining the salt. Shades,
Oh boy, this is
lay
what
us
I've been
in.
waiting for.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bar is open. It's time for Mildred the Monk's Geek of the Week.
Now, our first one is a last second entry that is coming to us from the New York Post, which I'm gonna have to ask a New Yorker how respected the Post is as a publication. Is it trash or is it not trash?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a mixed bag. It's not nearly as bad as like the Times or the Daily News, but still, it's got its bullshit moments.
Mhm.
Yeah, and by the way, Mecha Random 42 covered this, and I figured, you know what, let's talk about this because number one, it's Quentin Tarantino. He's an awesome director, and two, it doesn't get old taking the piss out of woke motherfuckers screaming at bullshit.
No, it never gets old.
I will say, last night, this was a fun Rotten Tomatoes drinking game, but I digress.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And basic. It seems that their argument. And I'm not gonna read through the whole screen, obviously, because I like my liver. Is them pulling a guilt by association and hey there Horker, welcome to the party. I see you on Twitch. There seems to be a guilt by association thing going here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And hang.
Just a little bit. Just a wee bit.
And
Southie, don't
Southie
bring up the
says
Daily
it's
News.
more reputable than the Daily News. But and Horker on Twitch is asking if I've seen Steve-O's Twitter. No, I have not. I'll probably have to look at that down the line. But again, there seems to be a guilt by association because of the fact that he is friends with Weinstein. Except the mindset is he should have been calling out what Weinstein did earlier. It's like just because they're friends doesn't mean that they sleep in hotel rooms together or some shit.
Exactly. No. Yeah, I bet you Tarantino was surprised about the news of what happened as everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, huh? But still, I think the problem here is not only that, is that Quentin Tarantino, along with guys like Robert Rodriguez and fucking Kevin Smith, they respect their craft too much to fuck around with this woke shit and put that in their movies.
Yeah.
So that's what it's really all about. They're just these motherfuckers are just butthurt because, oh my god, it's not talking about it. It's not talking about Me Too. Oh, shut up, you fool! It's a Quentin Tarantino movie. What do you expect? You fucking
Exactly.
idiot. Jesus.
Mhm.
Okay, now I see why Horker was asking me to comment on Stevo's Twitter. I just saw it, and yeah, hack.
Yeah. Oh, and Crystal, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
that
we're about to get to that.
we'll get to that in a bit.
But before
Mhm.
that, there was one article that came up earlier in the week. It's called "The Issue with Doom,"
Mm-hmm.
where apparently the problem that this person has with Doom is no rest, i.e., and this is where he goes. Unlike other modern shooters such as Uncharted or Metro, which offer stealth gameplay or a cutscene to provide exposition and a brief respite from the intense combat, Doom 2016 leaves the player with no time to rest. Bullshit!
Oh, cry me a river.
First off, that's bullshit.
Bullshit.
There are plenty of down periods where you just have a chance to explore areas.
Cry me a fucking river. How about after? You don't have to go forward when you do after a fucking battle. You can just sit there, or how about this? Pause the goddamn game.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ. Hold on.
Yeah, you remember in the original Halo game on Xbox when that very first launched, and you didn't have to move forward into the next area and trigger a checkpoint if you wanted to just, I don't know, take the time to appreciate the environment or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do the same fucking thing. You don't have to constantly move forward.
Mm-hmm.
It's not difficult.
Yeah, you could probably do this, and you might be able to, and you'll probably get the chance to do that when Doom Eternal comes out, which I got a feeling it's going to be pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but bringing up Metro the Metro games is a very bad comparison because
Oh, very bad.
Very.
now here's the thing.
Yes,
I adore the Metro games except for 2033 because of the fact that the problem with 2033 is that you spend way too much time following AIs.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah, I know. I figured that. I played the first few hour or so of 2033, and it's like I tuned out because it feels like the game doesn't feel like a game. It feels like a goddamn tour guide of post-apocalyptic Russia.
Now, I'm not
Sick,
as harsh on it
sick.
as I would be in other cases
Why?
because it was their first entry, and there was
Mhm.
also all the drama that happens when trying to develop games in Kiev.
Right.
But Last Light, far better game. And aside, Exodus, not as good as Last Light, but still pretty good. But the problem is it's a completely different style of game. And then it brings up Modern Warfare, like
What?
where you have to do a sniping mission for price. The thing that I get the feeling that this person did not play any shooters in the 90s because the mindset that they're going with is that there needs to be some sort of alternate bit of gameplay to have a break from the intense arenas. Except
Yeah,
what you're asking for Doom is for it to be like the modern shooter stereotype. And hell, there was an early build of Doom 2016 that was going to be like that, and they scrapped it because they knew it was going to be shit.
Exactly. It's like here's the thing. Doom isn't meant to be like that. Have they ever played Quake? Have they ever played the original Doom? We'll get to that in a little bit. Have they ever played the original Duke? Have they ever played fucking Duke Nukem 3D? Jesus fucking Christ! That's what the problem is. They want their fucking handheld every time they play these games.
What I get the I don't get the vibe of hand holding. What I get the vibe of they had played a lot of those modern military brown fests from the 7th generation, and they were expecting Doom to have those sort of things, and it wasn't. I.e., they were approaching Doom on their term instead of the other way around.
Yeah, really. It's like I said, it's like, listen, the single player campaign in first person shooter games and FPSs does not have to be a glorified tutorial on multiplayer.
Although I do like that he got ratioed the fuck out in the comments. Like I want to highlight a few of these, like from Jerry here, who said, quote, "I like cheesecake, but the taste is very rich to me and I cannot eat very much of it. Therefore, cheesecake is an inherently flawed dessert."
Oh, and I agree with Adek that was a drink
Oh yeah.
back there.
Mhm.
That's a just a brief point. Side note, but somewhat relevant. This is how you can tell a lot of the younger people working in the game development arena. They never played the original Command and Conquer games or Empire Earth or any game that came with a map builder involved, because guess what? You can use these little things that were called triggers. So let's say your character, instead of bum rushing through a fucking level, decides to go idle. You can inject dialogue that the AI can recognize. If you're standing around for longer than a minute, there's an explosion that kind of rocks the screen, adds a little bit of sense of urgency. There's a lot of stuff you can do to make the game immersive, as opposed to this bullshit cookie cutter crap that AAA gaming is due, because the devs are too fucking lazy and don't want to spend the money on it, and the fucking programmers don't fucking understand what it is to actually develop an immersive video game.
Right.
That's why AAA's turning into a fucking shit show.
Now
Again, you don't even need to do something crazy with it. Like, let's use Doom for example. Have a wall shake and then see a demon jump overhead. It doesn't have to be a direct engagement or random encounter, just something to, make the environment feel alive.
Yeah, really.
but
It's an easy trick.
Moving a bit forward. So, Weaponized Nerd Rage had already covered this, but I wanted to cover this for how goddamn stupid it is. So, there is a Harriet Tubman biopic in the works, and it's getting backlash from the Woken Brigade with a Harriet Tubman deserves better hashtag getting thrown about. And the reason why the reason why the butthurt is happening is because the lead actress is not a African American. She is a African Brit.
Oh boy.
Oh, good God.
So it's
guess
once
they
again
don't-
another one of those cases of, and there will always be something that disturbs me on a level that I don't fully understand, of this notion that the actor has to have the exact same background as the character they're portraying.
When they actually don't.
Remember, as much of a shit show as it's going to be, we had the whole case with the actress for the Batwoman shit show, where she wasn't Jewish enough, and then she wasn't lesbian enough.
Uncle Hotep was right about these idiots.
Yep.
Because this guy says, "Oh, this is what they would complain about." So what? She's British. I mean, shit. I mean, what?
At least she's still black.
Exactly. It's not like we've casted fucking Uma Thurman as Harriet Tubman.
You know,
Exactly.
there's a small part of me that wants to do that just to spite these people.
Oh yeah, just you put the shoe back on the other and say, yeah, watch them.
Mhm.
Yeah, probably say.
Although
Probably prove they're wrong.
here's the case. In the case of peak cringe, there was the Twitter user Bo Peep who says we will not allow the hype of a prestige film to compromise our sacred ancestor Harriet's legacy. You just posted cringe.
Drink.
Drink.
Oh,
Fucking
drink.
drink.
And just keep in mind, these are the same fucking people that want a gay Peter Parker and a fucking black female 007.
We'll
And
be
a
getting to
black
both of those
Ariel.
later, believe me.
And a black Ariel.
But next we have a case of Creative Assembly 0, Arch Warhammer 1. So, Arch, but because both PC Gamer and Kotaku had to over this. So, there was a bit of controversy because of the fact that a community manager got triggered over a mod that decided to replace the artwork for several of the female generals with something a little more revealing. And she got triggered to the point where she said on Reddit that anyone that hosted the mod would see their official support reduced. And then one of the community managers had decided to end the stream by calling Arch Warhammer a dickhead on his last day on the job, and Creative Assembly had put up a public apology, saying, "Earlier this week, a statement was made by a member of our team on a live stream that was not up to our personal or professional standards. It did not reflect the views of the studio. We apologize for any hurt or harm caused." And Arch was like, "Oh, I didn't ask for an apology, but I'll take it." And he just laughed at the whole thing. And PC Gamer and today Kotaku were trying really hard to spin this against him, and it's not biting.
Fucking drink.
Yeah. Drink.
Yeah.
Well, this is another problem of the AAA industry. Why do you keep bringing these pink-haired jagoffs? They don't know. Let's just put it this way, okay? I don't have compared. If I try to get a job at one of these, they'll laugh. Despite the fact I got a degree, they'll just laugh my ass out. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
These motherfuckers that come in, they have even less experience than I do. They said, "You're hired."
Now,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I would probably make either a great or terrible community manager because if I did, my whole thing would be, hey, okay, so this game is going to be at a convention. Okay, who wants to have a tailgate party before the convention starts?
Oh boy, it's gonna be like one of them Bills tailgate parties, isn't it?
Get the tables.
God, just for the sake of
Yeah.
triggering the garbage media, I wish I still had some of my old Total War screenshots when I played as vampire accounts, because I would always use Vlad, and I would toss 8 female vampires with Vlad, and then fill the rest of my units with Blood Knights, and just have them just walk down like full anime harem style down the center of the fucking battle map.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Look at my sexy vampire bitches, damn it.
But so I said that we would get to another asset flip, and here we are. So somebody decided they would be real cute by putting out a game called Cyberprank 2069, and then the thing gets gated off of Steam because they got busted bribing users for reviews.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Boy.
Oh, jeez.
Very, very, very shameful display.
A shameful display!
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
the woke.
apparently
Woke
its
never
description
ends.
was
Oh wait, no, I got that wrong. It's woke. Woke never changes.
Yep.
Yeah.
But apparently the thing that got them the ban hammer on Steam was their descriptions saying, "Thanks to everyone who bought this joke game before 7/22/2019. Each of you will receive your copy of Cyberpunk 2077 as a Christmas present. The funniest review will win collector's edition."
And here's the problem: it's not coming. That game ain't coming out before Christmas. Oh boy.
I mean, I can appreciate the effort, just not very well thought out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try saying you get the game for 4th of July next year. Then that will make sense.
And apparently at least one person had said that the game was continuing to run even after he closed it, which is speculated to be a move to push playtime past the 2-hour threshold and void refunds.
Oh my word!
It's stupid, but I believe it.
Yeah.
And speaking of stupid, let's talk about Rooster Teeth.
Oh boy!
Oh Jesus!
I feel like this is I feel like this is a more literal case of get woke, go broke, because
Yeah, definitely.
they decided they have a subscription model called First, which standard fare, pay a monthly fee or pay a yearly fee to get a bunch of extra shit.
So
Well,
basically, just like every other freaking stream service, which is usually, it's like, why the fuck would you have 10 streaming services? It's much cheaper to fucking sail the high seas.
And here's where it gets better. They decided to do a First Plus, and do a increase of price on the other ones. And the only thing that seems to change for First Plus, aside from the fact that it's a yearly subscription, is free shipping on anything in their store.
A
Shameful display!
Oh.
The only free shipping thing that I fuck around with is Amazon Prime, and that's because it's a package deal.
Yeah, really.
But the Reddit has had quite a few threads on people just not happy with this.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, the guys on Reddit usually go to bat for freaking Rooster Teeth, but in this case, it's like, once you start fucking grifting, then it becomes a problem. But you know what? Screw Rooster Teeth. They know what. I think you know why.
Yeah, we know why. I just have to laugh at the karma in play, and I think this is a consequence of something that they had been doing for a while, and that is relying way too much on one or two shows. Basically, they had the exact same problem that HBO kept having regarding their service. Because the only reason people were subscribing to HBO Go was for Game of Thrones.
This is the thing: having one or two shows. Well, let me start again. One or two popular shows does not make a brand.
No, it doesn't.
Here's the problem: Rooster Teeth thought it was a brand. Nope. Nope.
Game Fan, I don't have 3 houses yet. I'm still waiting on shipping. We'll be getting the 3 houses in a different way later.
3 houses. What?
Fire Emblem.
Bernie Sanders?
No. I think I pay a fairer wage than Bernie Sanders. But
anyway,
most of the other stuff that they have is just not getting watched. And I think the fact that they have their own convention got their britches a bit too big.
Definitely. It always happens with all. It's happened with the nuclear winter. It's happened with Funimation.
And-
it's happened with and on and on and on and on and on. It's like you know, like I said, you got one or two hits. Good for you, but that doesn't make you into a fucking brand. You want to know what makes a brand? Is it double? You need to triple that shit, and then in some cases, triple that again.
And GameFan makes a point that I'm seeing a lot with these things, where people will only watch for a scant few shows and not watch the full thing. And moreover, you would think that if you're doing a first subscription that it would be ad free. Nope, it isn't.
Nope.
And
they're
asking for $60 a year.
Yeah.
Stay off the damn weed.
And again, what's the point of subscribing for, say, Ruby when it's gonna be on YouTube if you're just willing to wait a little bit?
Yeah, that's the first thing, and the second thing involves the case that shall not be named.
Right.
Well, you know the problem with fucking Rooster Teeth, Funimation, and Crunchyroll? They think they can stand on the same fucking business grounds as, say, Kodakawa or Studio Trigger. You're not studios. You're streaming services and at best, a dubbing service. You're not a producer. What's the best thing you fuckers can come up with? High Guardian Spice, which hasn't been released, and Ruby. Compare that to anything Studio Trigger has done. As garbage as Darling in the Franxx was, that's still fucking heads and shoulders above fucking Ruby.
Yeah, like I said,
I like Ruby, but they have been going the wrong way for a while. Genlock looks like a Hail Mary, and it was probably more expensive than it may have been worth. And I think the fact that they shifted the thing over to Toonami shows how much faith they have in the first program. So
that's the thing. They're not studios and they're not producers. They're
not brands either.
They're middlemen.
Yeah, exactly.
Just middlemen that just got their head inflated 3 times your size.
Like if this podcast got big enough that Rooster Teeth offered to host, I would say no, because I know that no matter what I do, I'm going to be in the shadow of their bigger shows, and it would probably not move my needle any way.
Exactly. I mean, shit. Like I said, they're not a trust.
I'll lower the bar as much as I possibly can. Let's see. If Rooster Teeth, Crunchyroll, or Funimation can produce an original series that's on the same garbage level of How Not to Summon a Demon Lord, then you might think you can start competing. But with the crap you're putting out, no.
Nope.
Not even close.
Yeah, and like I said, what's going to happen as a result of this shit? I bet you $10 to fucking donuts. Some of these these studios that they got their shit on, they're looking for a way out. Shit, I would say, you know what? Get some fucking freelance voice actors, shit, and you know what, dude? And then you know what you do, or better yet, have some good translators to subtitle your shit. You know what? Put the shit on J-List.
Mm-hmm.
It worked for the Yakuza series.
Well, and that's the thing, to pull on the string a little bit more. What Rooster Teeth, Funimation, or any of these Western studios don't realize is the Japanese animation and manga industry is so much more incredibly fucking cutthroat, to the point where you would not be allowed to have a fucking Twitter account. Like, they would fire you on the spot for one slip up.
Ooh, yeah, it's not like fucking Marvel or DC where you can make all the fucking Orange Man bad tweets until you're blue in the face, and you won't even get a fucking slap on the wrist. Over in Japan,
yeah, your ass is gone.
Guys,
you fuck up,
Rail.
you're gone.
Rail.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
So, next we have a little something from Vulture, which I legitimately did a spit take at work when I saw this. I'm just going through my feed during lunch. I'm just going through my feed during lunch, drinking some this. So even though I'm not going to get them for much longer, I really like those Sprite lemonades because they're the closest thing to limonade that I'm going to get. I was drinking that. I was in the middle of lunch. I see this. I immediately turn to the left and spit take. And everybody looks at me like, "What the fuck are you doing, Mildra?" No, just
Like, take a look at this shit, dude.
that I showed it. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
I don't know if you ask me. I don't know, Mildred. Looking at that CGI screen capture they got there, it looks like Scar might suck a pretty mean.
Yes, I had commented on this earlier, and like there are legitimate lions that have the kind of color palette that Scar has. Why could you not go with that if you're just going to be using CG?
Yeah, really.
And the Lion King CG is more. I would argue it's more boring than it has the same problem that a lot of these live action remakes have because of the fact that they don't have the same level of expressiveness. They end up putting me to sleep.
Tell me about it.
And Sally's saying Scar looks like he's been abused. Where's the lie?
Yeah, really. Blink twice if we should be concerned.
Oh, we should dye his mane blue and his inner ear here fucking neon green.
Or better yet, you know what I think happened? Alinity threw him over her head. That's what happened.
But apparently, the fact that the be prepared number isn't as over the top as it was in the cartoon is somehow relates to gayness. My brain is full of what?
I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Let's move.
Fucking head back down.
Let's move on. Let's move on from that before I end up losing more brain cells.
Yeah. But unfortunately, we're going to be losing more brain cells anyway because look at this shit.
Yep.
Watchmen is going wokeman. Fucking drink.
Yep. Drink.
Well, we knew that was going to happen months and months and months ago because of the premise.
HBO is desperate to find a cash cow to replace Game of Thrones, and this ain't it, Chief. Not one bit.
I'll stick with the movie, thank you very much.
I know that Alan Moore does not care for the movie, but I think that movie was the best we were going to get out of it. And I know some people were like, "Where's this?" And I know some people were like, "Where's the squid?" The squid might have been too much. In fact, I didn't even like the concept of the squid in the original comic. Just because the concept comes right the fuck out of nowhere. But
the real ending to Watchmen where they decide to use the squid as a way to stop the war.
Yeah.
Oh, stupid.
And
I don't know. I'm gonna put a little bit of pushback. I thought the concept of the squid could have worked. It's just the execution was fucking trash.
Yeah,
well, it was last minute.
It's the giant space flea that came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Darling in the Franxx, anyone?
I still have not seen Darling in the Franxx.
Watch the first 12 episodes and then do yourself a favor and quit.
You realize it's me. There's no way I'm just quitting after half. I cannot quit something halfway.
Okay, watch it just so you can laugh at how absurdly off the rails it goes at the end and start viewing it as a comedy.
That works. But when it comes to this, it's like the original comic was all about Cold War paranoia, because people were thinking that the nuclear apocalypse was well on its way. And this just this is what you're gonna go. This is what you're gonna go with. And apparently, the writer for this is a bit of a repeat offender, which leads me to wonder why the hell is he getting work.
Well, let's call this what it is. They replaced McCarthyism and the Red Scare with Orange Mad Bad and Antifa sympathizer. Like that's what it is. And that doesn't work because it's a completely different generational tone and feel. It just
this is basically the HBO's version of The Good Fight.
Yeah, 20 years from now it might work. You know, if there was a little bit of retrospective that you could put into it and make it relative and make both sides somehow seem sympathetic after the fact, because, you know, Captain Hindsight, then it maybe might work. But in today's current political climate, with the direction they're going, no, dude, you're making something that's commentary to current relevant events. It's not a hindsight thing.
Oh, and
of course not.
Which is why Watchmen worked.
Game fan, now I see that comment. The first comment is just a dumpster on fire. So yeah, I didn't have high hopes about this HBO Watchmen thing, and now that I see that they're going to go down that road, into the trash it goes.
Oh yeah, bye.
Hi.
Hey, Manny.
Hey, Manny.
Hey, what's up?
Is Shade's going to be on his way as well? Because I think I have something that might be right up his alley.
Ooh, he is on his way. He's just taking care of a couple of little bitty things, and
all right,
we screamed a lot, so we needed some liquid.
I can fill time in the meanwhile because as I mentioned to you before, is it wrong that if I ever go up to Canada again, I want to try and film that gag that Gillian Fisher had done. They're just going up to hockey fans and asking,
have no idea.
Can you say something nice about Leafs fans?
Fuck no. Fuck the Leafs. Fuck the Leafs. Argos suck. The Blue Jays are okay.
That'll be like me trying to say something nice about the Packers, the Red Wings, the Cardinals, yeah, or the Patriots.
And I'm assuming we're on the Watchmen. Who unwatches the Watchmen? Aha, here we go.
That's what we had just wrapped up. We're going to be the reason why I want Shades on this next one is because
I see what's next on the docket. Yeah, we need a Shades here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so let's talk. You know what? Let's talk about Zoobly Zoo. I mean, cats.
Oh God, why? Okay, I need a drink for this. Hold on 1 second.
Yes, definitely.
I have something cats related on the docket, but if I didn't make it clear last week, let me make it clear this week. I think we all need to give the director of the live-action Sonic a handwritten apology.
Well, here's the deal. At least the guy's trying to put forth the effort.
Yeah, that's what.
Or at least Sega's making him.
I'm probably going to give that thing its day in court with a watch simply out of respect for the fact that he took his lumps. It takes a lot of courage to do that. So
yeah, it definitely does. That's respectable as shit. You actually listen to your fan base for once. And
he could have just as easily ground his heels and said, "No, you're all entitled," but he didn't do that.
Go to the freaking just me, baby, bullshit.
Yeah, I gotta respect that. You can't knock the guy for doing that. No matter how garbage the trailer was, maybe you liked it. Doesn't matter. But the dude took the criticism and went with it.
I had to do this. Sorry.
Aaron, that's appropriate as hell.
I had to do it.
Dare I ask what the hell I just walked in on?
I'm not seeing the same thing.
Welcome to the Monastery, bitches.
Yeah.
Oh, are we talking about this story? Oh,
I was intentionally stalling because I wanted you on this shit. This one,
Ace and John want to be a part of AGDQ. This is perfect.
Oh yeah. We'll talk about that cats thing later. Yeah, I want to see this shit.
So, if I may, because I know, have we already explained what this is, or can I?
we have not delved into this. This thing is fresh as a virgin.
Oh, well, then allow me to deflower it. So, I've actually been following this story thanks to watching videos from Apollo Legend and Easyscape, so I know quite a bit about this. So basically, there's this, I think it was a Brazilian speedrunner.
Yeah.
Who was doing, it was a Brazilian speedrunner who was doing a run on Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, the PlayStation version.
Oh, this fuck.
Yeah, you've heard of this, huh?
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
and he got busted for cheating. They discovered that he was manipulating the card drops to be able to get the best cards. He wasn't like doing it like blatantly, but people learned how to pick up cheating based on certain like number values that pop up on screen. Yep. So I won't go into full detail on that, but bottom line is he got busted. And Easyscape, for those who don't know, is a prominent member of the speedrunning community, called him out on it. You know, and on top of the fact that he had videos of him shaking his naked ass on camera.
Really?
Yep.
So basically, typical shit that we've been seeing from the modern speedrunning community. Of fucking course.
Oh, it gets better. He's also has like he's been promoting steroid use, and he even harassed this one person in his chat room to the point he got a tattoo of her avatar on his leg.
Oh my
God.
Yeah, this guy does not fuck around. So, but Ace, you know what line I want you to say next?
But wait, there's more.
I think I like the other version better. but wait, it gets better because this motherfucker, Cavalier Games, decided to, I think it was a privacy complaint on Easyscape's video and got it taken down.
Well, that's
not a copyright strike, a privacy complaint.
And actually, I just realized where I had heard the first part of his name from. He shares a name with the most hated operator in Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah. But so then, of course, that's when other people like Apollo Legend got in on the act, and basically, this guy got slammed. And you know, of course, Easyscape contacted YouTube or appealed the claim. And to YouTube's credit, for once, YouTube was not being the dicks. They looked at the claim, and they reversed it. They put his video back up. But wait, it gets better.
He tried again, didn't he?
No, now after YouTube, after people bombarded his channel with complaints, YouTube looked in on this guy as a Caviera Games, and his channel is gone. And what's even better is he tried to start his second channel to kind of get his stuff back, and YouTube immediately struck that one down too.
Yep, and I checked on the dislike in the article for one of his speed runs. I just want to give you these numbers: 1.3 thousand likes, 5,000 dislikes.
Yep, ratioed.
Although,
Yep.
and I actually this is the perfect amount of time because, given the fact that we had just talked about who unwatches the Watchmen, which is going to be a shit show, and now we're dealing with another shit show, and Aaron, I will handle this.
I know you, but I know there's an excuse to use that new hold on a second, that new thing you've been doing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what we have at an earlier time, ladies and gentlemen, it is a tank bowl.
Tank bowl!
Tank bowl! I
Major-
knew you were going to find an excuse for this one.
From here on in, anytime that we get a tank bowl, that image is showing up. I do want to thank Reverend for drawing it and for Hairball for setting that thing up.
Yes. He showed me this earlier. He actually wanted my opinion on that image because he was wanting sure if you would like it. And I'm like, dude, that thing looks amazing. I knew you were going to love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But seriously, I'm sorry, Shades, but I'll be honest with you. I'm about to go Hank Scorpio on the fucking speedrunning community.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry, dude, because between
Aaron?
this and the fucking GDQ crap,
Aaron,
I'm
enough. I'm gonna stop you there. What is Sturgeon's Law?
Let me guess. Is that the one where it said don't assume malice from something that's...
No. Surgeon's Law is simple. 90% of everything is crap.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course.
And he's not wrong. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say all of speedrunning is amazing. GDQ has its problems. I will not deny that for a minute. I've seen the stories, okay? They've banned people for the wrong reasons. They've had a lot of controversies with trans people and all that stuff. I know all the stories, so I'm not going to sit here and say that they're perfect by any means. But when you consider the good they have done, and when you consider some of the amazing stuff they pulled off, they haven't done anything so bad for me to, not to be able to, for that not to be a factor.
Well,
I can ignore that.
And for some of my own reasons, I just wish they picked some other charities because Medical Sans Frontières, sorry, those kinds of NGOs scare me. Especially,
I can understand that. I will say that the reason why they stick with the Prevent Cancer Foundation is that the PCF pretty much runs the GDQ now. They own GDQ.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I mean, I would like it if they start. Do they donate St. Jude's or anything like that?
They don't do St. Jude's anymore.
They
might do some stuff with GDX because that goes through TwitchCon.
Yeah.
So that might do stuff,
Twitch,
but
Twitch is another bowl of problems.
I see a thing that GameFan put up in the quest board. I would love to use that as a button, but unless I can find a dub version, I can't do it.
Yeah.
Like, Aaron, last thing I'll say on this, like, they used to do JDRF, and by God, I wish they would get back on that train, but what can you do? At least it's going to a charity.
Yeah.
And you can't deny. Did you see how much money they raised this year at SGDQ a couple weeks, about a month or so ago?
We saw it. They hit $3 million.
We were still alive. They hit $3 million at SGDQ this last month.
Yeah.
It was insane.
Well, good for them, but still, like I said, they need to pick their charities a bit more.
The only final note that I'm going to say on that matter is that and this is the reason why I'm invoking Sturgeon's Law. It is very irresponsible to look at the bad apples and throw entire organizations unless there is sufficient backing. Like, this is the reason why I'm not going to use Sturgeon's Law against, say, current day Marvel.
Yeah, because Marvel's trash.
But moving on, I said that we would cover cats, and now we have a reason to, because this is dumb. This is dumb.
All right, I'm playing the music again.
Everyone up, everyone in. Time for the fun to begin. Come along with us to Zoo. Magic and wonder are waiting for you. It's as close as a dream.
All right, that's enough of that.
Cut.
Not even Ben Vereen's gonna save this, and he's dead.
So
Yeah.
Apparently, a few people were outraged over whitewashing.
What? That's how they were pissed off.
You're not
about?
pissed off over the what?
Oh, I heard about this.
After you basically doing the same shit to Ariel and all that shit, you pretty much revoked that privilege when you did that.
Yeah.
So Drake,
That and just to add the insult to injury, they're complaining over whitewashing after giving us the Nightmare Fuel CGI adaptation of fucking Cats of all damn.
Oh no,
things.
here's the thing.
God.
I know, right?
Do we
Jesus.
have you guys
Again.
heard why the whitewashing comments are being happened? Because
Because the actress is black.
I was also going for the fact they were saying because the cat's white.
Well, yeah, but apparently the actress is a POC and she plays a white CGI white fur cat. Like, this is the level of petty we've gotten to, ladies and gentlemen.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Jesus.
What? Everybody, finish this sentence. You know it. You know it's coming. Those who go out looking for witches.
Find
We'll
them
find
everywhere.
them everywhere.
Yep. But this is peak clown world, and I'm sorry, I had to scroll down a bit because I cannot look at the YouTube image for the trailer without feeling nauseous.
Oh yeah, again.
Good call.
Ben Vereen cannot save this if he was alive.
God,
Well,
this shit is nightmare fuel.
I distinctly recall seeing somebody who did more animated mock-ups of the characters and actually looked less
Oh wait a minute, he's
Uncanny
still
Valley.
alive? Shit. Ben Vereen is still alive?
I don't know
Oh.
if he is or not, but somebody on Twitter had done
He is.
their own artist mock-ups. So we can't say that we can't say that he's turning in his grave then.
Yeah, he's still alive. I thought he was older. Oh well. Well, color me shocked.
Hey, here's the thing. Before we jump into this fucking nightmare fuel bullshit, when I listened to it, because I wasn't watching the actual video, I was like, no, the singing's good. It sounds like the play, which I have seen because I was
Hey,
drugged.
Frank.
Hey, how's it
And
going?
then,
Hey, Frank.
what's up, dude? But then I actually watched the trailer, and I was like, oh, the singing's good, the dancing and shit is actually good, but the second you throw that CGI fur over everything, it just takes on this weird level of creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It becomes a totally different, like,
You know what?
God damn it, what's his face?
Let me end it by giving the opinion of Caesar's Legion.
Degenerates like you belong on a cross.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
let's
there we
throw
go.
that into the trash. And given what's coming with Phase 4, I think it's the perfect time to blow this next piece out of the water. So KT Roberts at the Independent, and from what I've been told from some of my UK friends, nobody in the UK likes the Independent.
I can imagine.
You won.
But
Yeah.
the article is calling to topple every pale, male, and stale superhero character we can.
Oh God! This
God,
shit.
yeah,
again,
I read this article and it is filled, literally filled. Each sentence is just, you can feel the man hatred coming off of it.
Oh
Son
boy!
of a
You know it's time for the Michael Jordan challenge for these morons.
Stop it. Get some help.
McDonald's chicken nugget, $5.99.
But
You know what? Just because I can. This is the second time we had to deal with this kind of crap. Throw up the GIF. I mean, throw up the image. We got another tank bowl.
It is. It totally is.
Yeah.
It's It's people like these that make me wish motorball was a real sport.
Oh hell yeah!
It's people
Also,
like
also, personal geek on this one, because these guys in their reference in their images here, I'm looking right at it. They're gonna invoke one of our favorite anime as a reference point to this. Fuck you!
Don't do it.
actually bring the article itself did not bring up My Hero Aka.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
Bounding into
Shades,
here's where it's going. Because apparently Miss Roberts goes on to explain why Marvel and DC comics need to be specifically toppled in an attempt to refute the question about why Hollywood can't create new superheroes, saying original characters, even the ones created by behemoths like them, have nothing like the traction of old favorites, meaning we're starting to race seconds before the big boys cross the finish line. Stealing a few of their spots is not only positive, but absolutely necessary. And it genuinely makes the art better and bigger. About that, as Jonathan Frakes would say, you're wrong. And he goes, TMNT first appeared in comic book pages in 1984, and 3 years later was taking the world by storm, and 6 years had its own live-action film. And then it brings up My Hero Aka and how it began its print run in 2014, and is getting a second animated feature.
Can we just skip to the part? Can we just skip to the part where she plugs her own play?
Oh!
Oh, fucking course!
You know what? You want to know why? You want to know why manga and fucking anime hasn't been completely fucking destroyed yet? Because you're not here.
Yeah, not with that.
Nice. Sleepy, bro.
By the way, some of you all that just came in, you missed an earlier article that we talked about where some of these Japanese politicians are starting to get wise to the stink.
Yeah.
There wasn't we had covered it briefly because there wasn't a whole lot to it, but I do want to point out that because of that, I have to bring up two things. One, I have an unwritten rule that anytime All Might is invoked in conversation, I have to shame the MHA community because I still have not seen somebody doing All Might as the Tick.
Yeah, really.
Please, yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. What you just made me think of.
How do you?
Well, we have to decide with All Might. When other characters are on screen and he's not, they should be asking, "Where's All Might?"
Oh my
god! I don't know.
In the Phantom.
I don't know. You get
okay. Ace, do not Poochie rules this. Okay, you don't get to do that.
I don't know. I'm gonna veto that and say let him. He Shades and Natty have to be repeatedly bombarded with the question of where is Robo Knight.
Yeah, really.
True.
But
we've been running with that gag too fucking long.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, where the hell is Robo Knight?
All right, guys.
Anyway.
Yep.
But anyway,
actually, real quick, if you don't mind, Mildred, I'd like to throw out a personal geek of the week because
I know where you're going with this. Go.
Discotech Media, what the fuck?
Show
okay,
them.
Explanation.
Council, show them.
They decided.
Oh, I know where this is going.
I'm gonna. They've decided to license and release one of my most hated anime of all time.
Oh God!
For a DVD box set.
Oh God!
Put it on the council. I want to see this.
Oh yeah. Actually, yeah, Actually, hold on. Let me grab the link that I posted to the guys earlier because I've got it. This has to come straight from.
He's got to grab the length.
Phrasing.
No, this ain't getting
guys,
through.
I gotta
tell you that right.
Fear not, young Midoriya.
It was fun joining for the little bit I was able to. You guys have a great night.
All right, thanks for stopping in, Frank. And oh God, this thing.
Hey, no problem. Make sure Doku behaves. All right, he's been on a little bit of misbehaving path lately.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Can't say.
Later, guys.
Flutter, I assume that sound I heard is you banging your head on the desk.
Yeah. What the fuck is this shit?
Oh,
That
Aaron,
is the
you
appropriate
know
answer, my friend.
Bobo?
Oh, my friend. Welcome. Basically, I'm sure most of you know the Nostalgia Critic. This is my Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
AKA his
boy.
bat credit card.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, this
This
was
is my Batman and Robin, and you see the orange dude there at the top coming out of the main guy's head. That is my Bat credit card.
I'm going to
Come
post
on,
it.
fucking shine.
I've never been aware of this, but you know what?
Minus 5 stars.
and Adek
Aaron,
in the chat has gone bye Egon. So what do you got?
Sorry.
Aaron, I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to send you a link to an old review I did in this show years ago.
I'll take your word for it. I don't want.
Oh, I'm not going to make. Hey, I'm not going to make you watch this 72 episode series. Yes, it is really that long. This review doesn't even go that far, and it tells you everything you need to know.
It had 72 fucking episodes.
Yes, it did. It's a Shonen
76.
Jump manga anime. It's a Shonen Jump manga adaptation.
I gotta correct you there.
Oh.
I see 76, which
Yeah,
that's
76 episode.
damn weed.
Now on to saner things. I have to ask Nintendo, what the fuck? You bent the knee to reset era. What the fuck are you doing?
Why?
What?
So, apparently there was a controversy where because apparently Chris Nilosi, who's going to be voicing the
Chris
male
Nilosi, yeah.
the male version of the main character, had a bit of a pass to him, and Reset Era decided to get on their high horse, and Nintendo decided to remove him and recast his role in a pass that's probably going to take a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard of. I saw this. Yeah, Chris Niosi, or for those of you who know him on YouTube, Kerberferb. Yeah, he admitted in his own Tumblr post that he had done some shit in the past that he's not proud of in terms of his relationships. Now, here's the thing: this had not even blown up yet before he put this out. This was like just starting to catch wind when he was like, I'm cutting this off at the pass. I'm admitting my mistakes. His apology was genuine and sincere, and then this fucking happens. And then you wonder why people don't want to even say shit when shit blows up.
Now, the justification that Reset Era and a bunch of people are using is that he violated NDA, except the only reason that the NDA that he quote unquote violated was making a quote unquote public statement to that he was working on a Nintendo project before Nintendo approved, except he really didn't. It got leaked on Reset Era because of this whole controversy, and that I think is what Nintendo ended up using as justification for firing him, because he did bring up that he was working on 3 houses in a personal conversation that was private. And
and who's doing the translation deal? Is it Nintendo of America or anything like that? Because I'm sure that had to be the case. So in which case, this is why I always say, folks, never, ever, 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 ever apologize to these buffoons.
Now, apparently the info on the NDA breach is based on a Google document that claims he had privately told someone about his involvement with 3 houses. And the whole thing started from a rumor that barely had 28 likes. Now, I may do a soapbox on this sometime in the future, but I have a few things to say about people's extreme resistance, for lack of a better word, towards the idea of people redeeming themselves for past mistakes. I don't want to go into the full spiel here, but this was a bad move. Now, in all likelihood, I'm probably not going to be playing the game in dub if I can help it, anyways. If there's dual audio, but I've already got the game, so I'm not going to demand a refund for something I already got and something I've been waiting on and been curious about. But what I get out of this is the reason. Again, I know we've brought it up before, but this is the reason why. From day one, I was never completely bullish on Me Too, because I had a sinking feeling in the back of my mind that this was going to be used as a cudgel in a year.
Right.
And Aaron, play me the Razor Fist button.
Oh, gladly.
Fuck you! I was right! 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 Fuck you! I was right!
I was dancing to that. I remember you calling that on one of our calls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah. And of course, although I should also note when it comes to Three Houses, Kotaku got in a bit of shit for their review because they put in a massive spoiler in it, and people got pissed. I didn't. At least that's what I'm told. I didn't look at the review because obviously I don't want to get spoiled. I've kept my exposure to Three Houses to a minimum for that exact reason. But this is very much about trying to create a economy of control, and I think Nintendo just doesn't really know any better.
Yeah.
This is
like
go ahead.
I was gonna say, here's my thing. Here's my stance on the Me Too movement in general. Is there good out of this? Sure. We know that there are some dumb-ass motherfuckers that need to get called out for being sleazy dicks. But like any movement, eventually people will use it for the wrong reasons. And of course, the 4chan, 2chan, 8chan trolls will come out of the woodwork and they will muddy the waters the same way until eventually nobody even knows what the original movement was about anymore. And that's what we've seen here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really.
Oh, and
same thing happened with Comicsgate. Same thing happened with Gamergate. It starts off with good intentions and then gets fucked.
That's the road to hell. But
especially Comicsgate, what a fucking! I mean, that's why I consider myself Switzerland in that argument.
Fair enough.
Because
I could make arguments there, but I'm not going to.
Yeah. If I want to go that route, I consider my temple to be Poland. And now we have a double whammy of Reset the Clock because we have two separate stories of this. Which means, ladies and gentlemen, good brothers and good sisters, we're going for a three-peat. Tank Ball!
Yes! Oh boy. Hopefully they'll not get screwed over like what happened with the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
Four power forwards.
Yeah, reset.
So first off, we have David Smith, who has pushed hard for gender-neutral bathrooms in the UK, has been charged with 9 counts of CP.
I told you so. You know what? When I talked about this situation, you know what?
Fuck you! I was right. 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 Fuck you! I was right.
God
and
you know what?
Fucking Drake.
Now don't get me wrong. I mean, anyone seen that Blair White video when she went to the men's room and they kicked her out of the bar?
Hmm.
Now, if you're passing over that, you're outside that, that's okay. But if you look like this motherfucker, you don't even belong in the women's bathroom.
No.
Hell, I'd argue
Exactly,
you don't
so-
belong in the men's bathroom either.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Go piss in the alley, you fucking degenerate. Drink.
Yep.
Yeah, drink.
Yeah, here's something interesting I noticed right when granted this is the last time I went to New York City, which was fucking years ago. But I noticed a lot of restaurants that actually could afford it. They didn't have men or women's bathrooms. It was just like 5 family bathrooms with no gender indication. It's just
So basically, they were
fucking
unisex bathrooms?
Yeah, it's just a family bathroom. Like, here's a toilet, a urinal, walk inside, do your business, and get the fuck out. Like,
'Cause guess what? They're easier to clean.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And whoops.
Kind of defeats the whole, it takes the piss out of the whole fucking, we need to be inclusive. Yeah, go use the fucking gender-neutral bathroom with one toilet. No one cares.
So, and hypothetically, so if we're gonna conform to like your 400 genders, we're gonna need to have like an entire parking lot facility full of bathrooms.
Yeah, we are.
No decent sized restaurant is gonna do that. And imagine trying to enforce that on mom and pop restaurants. They'd be like, no, fuck you.
Oh,
We'll just
really. I mean, don't get me
would.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. As the more left-leaning person, I understand. The whole trans people should be able to use the bathroom they choose, and even then, there's some arguments there. But honestly, people, you can't fit them all. You do that. Even the restaurants that can do that are just gonna have porta potties outside.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
It's like,
And
yeah, like.
Well,
Like I
well,
said,
doing porta potties or something like that ends up opening up other problems because there are these things called building codes.
Exactly.
Yep.
So no matter what, you may have a dream about having an all-inclusive bathroom setup, but guess what? There are some dreams that are just destined to die.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I can tell you real quick, Aaron. I can tell you how that dream ends. It ends up with every single restaurant having a bathroom, 2 bathrooms, with a toilet and a sink that can only service one person at a time.
Yeah,
you won't even have your diaper changing fucking
You'll have a
tables.
lie going on. And
Imagine
that brings us back to this sick freak.
Yep. And then we get so Jessica Yaniv is somebody who has been in the news a lot because of that whole wax controversy, which
wax my balls, bigot.
Which I'm sorry, but I firmly believe that we would not have these controversies if people did not completely misinterpret the customer is always right.
Exactly.
Oh, I've heard that horse shit a lot.
Yeah, up to a point, but at that point, to quote Ben Affleck and Mallrats, the customer's an asshole.
Say,
don't I know it?
Say, would you like a chocolate-covered pretzel?
Hey!
So yeah, Jessica Yaniv is being accused of CP and harassment of minors.
Oh, reset the clock.
Yep.
Oh.
And it shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody, but reset the clock again. I think we made it 2 minutes into that, and also drink.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
and apparently the estheticians that she's suing were from BC. So I think Stephen A. Smith is called for here.
Oh, definitely.
Stay off the damn weed.
I'm just saying. Every time I hear British Columbia, I always think of BC, bud. Because I can't believe that. It's...
But then again, it's home to fucking Vancouver.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they.
So,
I don't know. Maybe there's still 2 or 3 Grizzlies fans up there.
Nah, they're just riding after the Canucks got bounced from the playoffs again. But Jesus, look at this shit. But Jesus, look at this shit. Look at this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look at all this shit.
I'm looking at it.
This
I'm looking at it, and it is shit.
This is a sexual predator. Where's Chris Hansen on this case?
Exactly.
And speaking of predators, let's talk about Netflix putting their foot in the mouth regarding The Witcher.
God, not this shit.
So the whole thing started when somebody asked, "When are you gonna dye Triss's hair?" because the hair seems to not match up. And they had said that the hair is described as chestnut in the books, so that's what they went with. And then Sir Roach puts out this image and says, the games, the books, cosplay, Netflix adaptation. And I'm sorry, chestnut is supposed to be a reddish brown. That's a fucking brunette. That is not red.
Yeah.
No.
And that is definitely, yeah. And
look at this. Does that look chestnut to you?
You know what? I'm gonna do an experiment. I'm gonna conduct a little experiment here. Let's head to Google Image Search. Chestnut brown hair. Actually, I think something's wrong here. Netflix might have been on the right.
And chestnut is a medium to light brown with reddish undertone. It doesn't need to have stark red, but it might be the lighting. It might be the lighting in that shot they used, but I'm sorry, her hair still looks distinctively brunette.
That is considered chestnut brown right there. I do agree that Netflix still screwed up, but sorry, Witcher fans. They're not right either.
Well, I'm gonna just be frank with this entire thing. This is going to get worse before it gets better. One, because people still seem to think this is going to follow the games, even though it's not. They've already gone on record saying it's following the
it won't, clearly.
Which is going to fuck people up because nobody's read the books. Let's be fucking honest here. Two, none of the characters match up to what they think the characters look like. Yennefer looks way younger than she should be. Ciri looks fucking older than Yennefer, and that's a whole bag of fucking dicks right there. Third, let's be honest, Henry Cavill don't look good. I'm gonna ride that train till I die.
Three, did you see what they did with the Nilfgaardian armor?
Yeah, what the hell?
Oh god.
Ace, I'm gonna need you to do the better line.
But wait, it gets better.
So this was Lauren S. Schrisch's argument, saying, "See, the thing is, the books aren't illustrated, so any drawings are the artist's own interpretation and creative license, the same as we're doing." That is a weak argument.
Bullshit.
Hang on, Ace. Floor is yours.
You are not allowed to use that argument when you literally say you're basing it off the book.
Yeah.
Your interpretation
Aaron, you want to hit the bullshit button for me, please?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, that argument is literally... That argument is literally the definition of co-opting an intellectual property for the sake of you can call it your own artist interpretation, except your artist interpretation has nothing to do with the fucking source material or the intellectual property. It only has to do with you pushing your own fucking bullshit personalized agenda. You're just using the fucking medium as a sounding board. Fuck you.
Exactly. It's more bullshit intersectionality garbage. Trying to piggyback on another fucking popular property to promote your own bullshit ideology, which is cult-like to begin with.
And again, I'm just going to go back to the fact of this is based on the books. That's already a bad sign because, again, I hate to say it, nobody read the books. Anyone who is familiar with the Witcher franchise is going to be through the games.
Yeah.
And the games are not matching up to anything they're seeing, and it's going to be a massive fucking disappointment because from what the rumors are, they're possibly going to go through how Geralt got his butcher of can't remember the exact pronunciation, his butcher nickname, which cool. But again, this is young Geralt we're talking about from the early Witcher games that again nobody actually played. If you want to base something off Witcher, go off what people know. This is a bad idea.
Well,
There's
here's
also
the other
the-
thing, and you know, I'm
And
gonna
she-
call. Sorry to cut you off, guys, real quick, but I'm calling this right fucking now because this is what pisses me off so much about this. They're using this excuse. Oh, we're going off the books. We're going off the books. What popularized the fucking books more than the fucking books? It was the fucking game, which already had a fucking visual, aesthetic put in place, and you're just using that, saying, "Oh, we're not going off the games. We're going off the books because you want to fucking co-opt it to push your own fucking bullshit narrative."
I'd say it's a mixture of
fucking
that
excuse.
and the fact that Andre the creator of the books seems to have a massive hate boner for the fact that he made a bad deal, even though CD Projekt Red was willing to play ball with him twice.
Oh yeah, there's been a story about that. He basically signed over the games for pennies on the dollar, and then when the games blew up and they made a shit ton of money and he couldn't get any of it, he tried to sue them for it and failed miserably.
Yeah, that's why you don't make bad games. It's shit.
Short version is they were willing to offer him a royalty percentage. He said no, fuck off. I want an upfront amount of money. That was the deal that he had gone with.
Stupid idea.
And when they made a sequel, they approached him again saying, Do you want to renegotiate that? Do you want to renegotiate that deal since we're making more stuff out of your work? He was like, no, fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in that case,
yeah, guys, I have to head out. I have important business to attend to.
All right,
later.
I'm just gonna say off of that. Hey, Shades.
Yeah.
Hit the Barrett button, and you know exactly which one I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Nah, this is more.
Then we get further on where somebody had called them out and said
this is more apt.
Yep.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
And says, seems you only use the book excuse whenever it suits you. Yeah, you're pulling the based on a true story trap. And they go, fair enough. What I should have said is when looking for inspiration, we go to the books rather than the games. That doesn't answer anything. And then it's not
an argument.
And then somebody out then somebody known as Justin had called them out for race swapping when it comes to some of the designs, when they said, you said a year ago you wouldn't be doing the exact thing that happened. And then Woke Joe got into the mix up.
Let's check off.
No.
And the Witcher showrunner says Netflix series will never adapt the video games, even if it gets past all the book material. Weird flex, but okay. It's almost as if pretending the video games didn't popularize the franchise whatsoever. I don't really get it. And she apparently got pissy about getting misgendered, and he said, so, and he had said, sorry about that, my mistake. I did hear about the bathtub scene, so hopefully we get a small bit of love. But now that I got your attention, can I politely ask to change the look of the ballsack armor for season 2?
You had it. You had it. This is the problem with you, Joe. You had a moment of brilliance, and all of a sudden you cuck out.
And just so those in the Discord can see it. On the left is the Nilfgaardian armor in the game. On the right is the Nilfgaardian armor in the show.
What the fuck is that? Is that Zuba's armor?
Right? What the hell is that?
Who wanted to wear a rare white?
That's fucking Zuba's armor, dude.
I said it looked like a budget version of the necromongers from the Chronicles of Riddick.
Yup.
Yeah. No shit.
Show the helmet if you can find a picture. Show the fucking helmet. If you think we're saying that this is literally dickhead and scrotum armor, no, it quite literally is dickhead and scrotum armor.
It's dickhead and scrotum armor. Yeah.
So Lauren decided to end it by going on her high horse by saying, "Since we've all got each other's attention now, it's funny to me that adapting the books has become code for hating the games. I love the games. I suck at playing them, admittedly, but I enjoy the hell out of drinking beer and watching my friends play." Yeah, I'm calling. First off, I'm calling bullshit on that. Here's the reason why you much like certain punching bags in other Discord servers. You invite yourself onto this for one reason and one reason specifically. You kept having a persona non grata attitude towards the games, even though you should know damn well when you signed on for this project that that's how people were going to get exposed to it. And I'm not saying adapt it like the games, but you need to at least acknowledge the fact that that's how this thing got popular. It wasn't.
Yeah. Now
it
let me
wasn't
make
through
one
the
more
books.
point.
Now, yes, does The Witcher have a very big following in Eastern Europe? Oh, definitely. Did it have a live action series before this? Yes, and it was shit.
Yeah, I'm not
But they
sure,
go. The bottom line: CD Projekt Red recognized amazing source material in Sapkowski's books and chose to adapt it. I'm doing the exact same thing. I've sat with the team in Warsaw and have mutual respect. Can't everyone arguing on our behalf get along too?
No respect my ass.
I call bullshit on that because you're pulling the whole. Oh, I was always a fan, but no. You jumped onto a project hoping that thinking that you could improve it. So I hope you like losing money, Netflix, because that's going to keep happening.
Well, let me make a point. When you mentioned going back to the Nilfgaardian armor, if it looks like the scrotum and dickhead armor, why do I get the feeling that they're going to portray? I forgot who the fuck. Why am I so bad with names from The Witcher?
Because
anyway,
they're Polish names. That's why.
Yeah, the Emperor, the Nilfgaardian Emperor. Why do I have a feeling they're going to base him on the Orange Man?
I'm not going to jump down that rabbit hole until it happens. But the vibe that I get out of this is that you're going to have a lot of people who are going to be looking at this as a poor man's Game of Thrones.
But if they pull the Orange Man bad by making the Emperor of Nilfgaard Trump, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna keep that razor fist button warm.
And speaking of which, so apparently there's been some pushback on the whole woke Bond thing. Specifically from former Bond girl Trina Parks, who does not care for the idea of Lashana Lynch being 007.
Hey, it's Bambi.
Yep, Bambi from Diamonds Are Forever.
No, I think is it Bambi or Thumper? Same difference. They're both the same character, basically.
Yeah.
They kicked Bond's ass in that movie.
Yeah. Saying, I think there are lots of movies already where you have a woman taking center stage, defeating men, and I like that. But I don't feel James Bond has to go there. It's been a tremendous franchise since the 60s, and they've always been innovators, not followers. They've set a standard. That has remained a classic film with a man as Bond. That's how I think it should stay.
Well, speaking of that razor fist button.
Fuck you! I was right! 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 Fuck you! I was right!
And you know what makes this even better? This is not just coming from another cis white male, so all the SJWs out there have no ground to stand on. This is not just coming from a woman. This is coming from a black woman. You lose.
And she also points out, there's one other thing that she points out that I think is also very telling. Saying, the Bond franchise has gone out of the box with black actors and women of color more than any other. Eon's outlook on life in the world has always been much more broader than many of the big studios. In Hollywood, production executives were looking at women who were sexually attractive to their societal circles. Cubby was one of only a few who saw beyond that, and they could see black actresses as character actresses, back when most producers had this tunnel vision of hiring the same-looking women. But in England, people were more open to age, ethnicity, and color. While cultures too were included in those stories. People forget Bond married a Japanese woman in You Only Live Twice, and then had me as the first black woman in the franchise in 1971. Now it is commonplace to see ethnicity in all the Bonds.
Yep, she's got a
That's
point.
what we like to call. That's what we like to call game, set, and match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm pretty sure the argument against her is that is going to be some sort of institutionalization or some shit. And the argument that they've been using is that she has the code name 007, but she doesn't have the Bond name, which
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. People are going to associate one with the other because that's how it's happened for about 50 years.
Yeah.
So if you think that you can just undo that, well, let me ask you this: if I threw a ball at you and told you to catch it with the other hand, could you do it?
Probably not.
If you're left-handed,
Yeah.
could you catch it with your right hand, and vice versa?
Yeah, probably not. And here's the thing. You know, if this had been either a rather fresh franchise that had only just started maybe a few years ago, or a franchise that had been long since dead and hadn't had a new installment in like 30 years, maybe you could get away with switching things up like that. But it hasn't been that long since the last Bond film. Most people still know what James Bond is. You're not getting away with this shit.
Never mind the fact that you're dealing with one of the most enduring pop culture figures.
Yeah,
this is probably going to have as much blowback as much I wouldn't say blowback, but as much faceplant as Dalton era Bond. Maybe even more so.
Oh, don't diss Dalton era Bond. That was very underrated.
Monk, do we really want to get into that again? Remember what happened last night on the Tsunami call?
Yeah, I'm not going further than that. But
anyway, I'll say this right now, okay? What they're doing is they're following a trend of fucking tokenism. That's what it is. And Eric July, he's been talking about this shit big time lately, because he sees this as sort of an elevated form of tokenism.
If I were to compare it to anything, I would I'm pretty sure you've all read the story The Emperor's New Clothes.
Oh yeah.
Who hasn't read that?
That's the vibe that I get out of this, except in this case the new clothes is a skin color. But that's not the only stupid that we had with people trying to shit on a long pop culture.
Let me repeat once and for all. Cisco is greater than Janeway.
Kate Mulgrew decided to open up her mouth again.
Oh, fucking
Good fucking Christ. Cisco greater than Janeway. Changed my mind.
Where's the lie?
Yeah, Aaron, too fucking sweet.
I'm just gonna say I don't wanna.
Exactly.
She's this was in part of promotion of a documentary called The Space Race, which is on the 50-year legacy of the moon landing. But she's claiming that the reaction to STD is misogynist, and then saying, "Did you watch the original series? It was extremely saying that the original series was extremely misogynist." What?
What?
Oh, Mulgrew, what the fuck?
Good God. Oh boy.
Stop.
I think
Well,
Steve
can I
A. Smith's
just
got a
hear
message
slash
for you,
read?
sweetie.
Stay off the damn weed.
Everyone's getting high around here. What the hell?
You pulled this exact same shit 10 years ago when you said that the reason people didn't take to Janeway was because the audience couldn't accept a woman captain. No.
No, it's because she was bland.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I'm pretty sure if we look back through the Next Generation, there were several times where a female was captaining a ship.
There was that. There was also the reason why nobody took to you is the same reason people keep making fun of Donna Troy. Or Counselor Troy. So I don't get my DC characters mixed up in this.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with your gender. It has everything to do with you being a shit character.
Yeah. Really. I mean the problem here is if that shit was true, then that whole Cisco thing wouldn't be an issue.
And if you're gonna make that kind of argument, where does Kira fit into this?
Yeah.
Yeah, because she was badass. I loved Kira. All right, and she was pretty much running things on DS9. And you know what? Here's the bottom line. You want to talk about why we don't like you, Janeway? I've got 3 words for you: Year of Hell.
Let's see, year of. You know, I'm just gonna put this out there. If you want to know why we keep picking the shit out of Voyager, just watch a few reviews from SF Debris on Voyager episodes. You'll get caught up real quick.
Yeah, The only reason to watch that shit is because of Jerry Ryan. Come on, you're pissed off that she overshadowed your ass,
and that's why she's getting brought back for Star Trek Picard and not you.
Shit.
AKA hot chick cat suit.
Yeah, So when they're bringing back Cisco, Amy Brooks is awesome.
Yeah, man.
This has been mentioned before, but I think the most emblematic statement I can make about Voyager comes from a certain excerpt from TV Guide from October 1994.
Uh-oh.
And Chuck has this thing saved and good, because I'm going to read this word for word, and you are going to laugh.
Put this on the council. I want to read this.
Neelix, played by Ethan Phillips of Benson, this alien from a species trekkers have never seen before will serve as commentator on the human condition, just like DS9's Odo. Just like Quirk, he's a meddling scavenger predicted to be Voyager's breakout character.
Hold on. I've got the perfect button for this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God, you're such a loser,
Exactly.
By all that is just an old...
Oh, it keeps going, boys. The button keeps going.
Oh, shit, wait.
By all that is just
Thank
an holy
you, Maxwell
universe,
Jacob Freeman.
I swear I am not making that up. I will always bring that up whenever somebody defends Voyager. Even the only person who will willingly trade barbs with me about Voyager is Nurgle, and even he won't completely defend it.
No.
Oh boy.
Besides, the only reason we watched Voyager was for Jerry Ryan. We're all adults here.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you know what? I would still say at least Voyager ended on a better note than the one in the series that came after it.
Oh, Enterprise?
Boy.
What about
Enterprise?
Exactly.
Poor Enterprise.
What a shame.
That finale for Enterprise, good God, what the fuck were they thinking?
But speaking of what the fuck, so a boss at Sony has decided to have a few words about the failure of Men in Black International, because when we covered it with Rotten Tomatoes and when Odin had covered the matter, this thing bombed hard.
Oh yeah.
Well, here's the thing, because Tessa, here's the deal. Woke lead role, Chris Hemsworth playing a cuck. What is the problem with Chris Hemsworth accepting these stupid roles? Remember, Didn't he learn a goddamn thing from fucking Ghostbusters?
Nope.
Or not.
And apparently, it was directed by somebody out of the school of Fast and the Furious, since it was directed by F. Gary Gray, who did Fate of the
Don't get me
Furious.
wrong. I like F. Gary Gray. Some of his movies are pretty good, but this guy was out of his element.
Yeah. Now the Sony boss is saying that the reason it failed was a not strong story idea, which leads me to wonder why did you not hire a script doctor? If you knew that the story idea was not strong enough, why did you go through with it anyways? That's the kind of thing where you go back to the drawing board and either do a rewrite or a something.
Because they wanted to get the movie out quickly so they can make the dollar. Problem is, they didn't.
I think it has less to. I think there's certainly that, but there's also the fact that
it goes back to tokenism.
Sony's film department is on very thin ice right now.
Good.
Like keep in mind, a couple of years ago, there were active talks of selling off their film division.
Yeah, it looks like they're about to fucking liquidate that shit.
Yeah, because every time Sony tries to come out with a high-profile release, it ends up blowing up in their face.
Yeah, and I got a feeling fucking Disney's salivating.
Yeah, to be fair, I think Disney's going to be watching that carefully because bear in mind, with how much they own right now, you better fucking believe the FTC is keeping a very close eye on them after the Fox deal.
Oh, yeah. Especially since now the DOJ is about to go on a fucking antitrust spree. They're going after everybody, and good for them.
Now, this next one is a case of Wikipedia at war with itself once again, because certain editors have decided to go rogue and deleting the pages of sci-fi authors who they deem to be right-wing.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Drink!
One of them was Michael Z. Williamson, with people claiming that he isn't notable and that there's nothing notable about his page, despite him being a Hugo-nominated author with a bunch of best-selling books to his name.
Jesus Christ. This is like... They're actually putting a fucking Stalin purge on these people? What the fuck?
And one of the people voting to have it deleted had said the following: "Now, if you'll excuse me, after wading through the cesspit of bigotry, hatred, foul mouth, and rampant racism that is his tiny fan base, I need a good shower, and maybe reverse peristaltitis." Look,
oh, God. Yeah,
don't hit the fucking beehive and then complain that you got stung.
Yeah, Game Fan, I think, has got the perfect name for this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now just entered Wokepedia.
Wokepedia, yep.
And what happens when you get woke? What happens when you get woke?
You
go broke!
Yeah. It's like,
you know what? Game Fan, I'm going to pull a Terry Silver on you for this one. Hey, I like that. Hey, I like that. I'm going to use that, Game Fan.
You just sound like Majima, dude.
I don't care.
Good enough for government work. Now, apparently, Williamson is being a lot more civil, where he just said, "I'm not the first person they've done this to, and now they're also going after Krautman and Hoyt. It's blatantly an orchestrated attack on who they think are right-wing authors, except neither I nor Sarah can credibly be called right-wing unless you're too ignorant to grasp the definition, which is most quote-unquote liberals." And yeah, they did the same thing to Sarah Hoyt and Tom Krautman.
I think, honestly, there's just one way to say this entire situation. All rise.
Oh, yes! Wrestling is... Oh, yeah! I'm calling the fleet. Time to drop some communists off. And I don't mean drop him off nicely. I'm talking about pushing him off like
on his
10,000
blog
feet without a
when he said that his Wikipedia page got nuked. Here's what his response. And I will give Williamson credit for the fact that throughout this entire thing he has been extremely professional. Saying, my page is gone and it's a relief. My fans shouldn't have to grovel, degrade, and humiliate themselves before a consensus of social failures to document that a best-selling, award-winning author with over 20 publications and 100 editions in 3 languages is more culturally relevant than a disgusting freak who was fucked to death by a horse. I think I last checked in on the page in 2015. On my list of priorities, if number 1 is sex with my wife and our girlfriend, and it is. Taking my daughter to the museum is about number 3. Writing my contracts is number 5. Showering and wiping my ass is about number 12. Pulling out the stove to scrape the congealed grease is number 57. Identifying that weird tree way up in the hill of the forest is number 348. And giving a shit about some page argued by fat, angry, pompous failures is approximately number 4,762 and 51.
Oh, god damn!
The fact is, Wikipedia is irrelevant, and my sales and credentials do not depend on it for either existence or credibility. A simple Google search finds me, and you can get direct info without consensus.
Ladies and gentlemen, we gotta call on Roshi on that.
Gonna need a sensu for that one.
Yeah, and did he say he said sex with my wife and our girlfriend? Does he have a harem? I think so. That's props.
Yeah, man.
I don't know. Maybe he. Well, considering that he's got proper trigger discipline, maybe.
Yeah. But anyway, but like I said, when you people deem you like this, at one point, this is how you actually make people into fucking right wingers. This is how you convert them by bullshit, by putting bullshit like this when you probably are politically apathetic at best. But when you pull this shit, it's like, you know what? I'm gonna make your life a living hell.
Like,
and I'm gonna enjoy it.
If somebody came up to me about say Project Gaia and asked me what my political position is on the matter, I basically say my political position is this. Do you like Gonzo fantasy? Are you willing to read a book and have fun? Okay, fine. That's all. It's like that. I only care about people who actually read the damn thing, not about a phantom audience that may not even exist.
Exactly.
And
it doesn't even exist.
In a moment of proving Winston Churchill right, and Appleben beat me to this, but I still wanted to cover this. Cecilia is back it has returned to the dog's vomit. By putting out a study that the ADL had released, saying 74% of adults have been harassed while gaming online. Except,
Bullshit! All right, who paid him?
Okay, except
this is why. Remember I talked about sexed up studies last week.
Yeah.
You know what?
This is definitely one of them because.
I was right. Fuck you. 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 I was right.
Because first off, I mentioned this the last time, and I'm going to mention this again. 1,000 people is only a large enough sample size to piss everyone off.
Exactly. Hey,
you know what? But then
remind me again. What are the 3 great lies of this world?
White lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Yes. And you know what? See, this is a Kotaku article, so you know what that means.
Drake.
Fucking
yep.
Drake.
Now it goes on to. It goes on to the problem. I saw Appaben's video on this, and I read through the study myself. The problem is, it was basically a case of. Have you been harassed while gaming? Have you gotten death threats while playing multiplayer and so on? The thing is that in all of the study, it is ignoring context. Because the thing that they are completely missing out on is the fact that a lot of these quote unquote harassment cases are in online PvP style games. You know, where things get ridiculously competitive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that tends to bring out the worst in just about anybody who plays them. It's why I don't play them, because I don't like that kind of environment. But I'm not that kind of person. Still, if that's your sample size, quite frankly, of course you're gonna get those kind of fucking results, you fucking idiots.
Yeah, the whole thing feels like a fish job.
It does.
And that wasn't the only case where a gawker ended up being completely retarded. Then there was the whole VLC thing on Gizmodo. So they had thought, and apparently they have not. But Game Fan, but apparently they had thought that they found some crippling flaw with VLC that might make to the point where they were saying that you might want to uninstall it. And then some of the people who use VLC were like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah, really.
That the security issue that was supposedly found was caused by a third-party library called libml that was fixed 16 months ago, and that their claim of a issue with VLC was from an outdated version.
Oh, really?
You ever wonder why I spend about half of my Saturday checking through all the articles, and why I did the thing with the quest board where I say not everything posted here is going to get covered? Because I try and actually do some research to make sure that everything is on the straight and narrow with the stuff that we cover on the podcast.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, because I'm using an archive, I can't see the comments, but I really hope they got ratioed. In fact, I have the tweet that Videoland put out, and they had a fucking thread
Oh, boy.
about the secure VLC is not vulnerable. TLDR, the issue is in a third-party library which was fixed more than 16 months ago. VLC since 3.0.3 has the correct version shipped, and Meteor Corp did not even check their claim. So a reporter opened a bug on our bug tracker, which is outside the reporting policy, aka mail us in private on the security alias. Of course, our bug tracker is public. We could not, of course, reproduce the issue and tried to contact the security researcher in private. The reporter is using Ubuntu 18.04, which is an old version of Ubuntu and clearly does not have the updated libraries, but did not answer to our questions. For whatever reason unknown to us, Meteor Corp decided to issue a CVE without talking to us. This is in direct violation of their own policies. This is not the first time that Meteor Corp does that. In fact, they never ever contact us when they find security issues on VLC, and we always discover that after they are public, when a user or a distribution asks us. When we complained and we asked if we could manage our own CVE like another CNA, we have no answer, and instead Unisys.gov NVD or NIST told us that they basically couldn't do anything for us, not even fixing the wrong information. And this has been going on for years. Almost all CVE on VLC have completely insane CVSS, which brings articles like the one we've seen. Any non-exploitable read overflow gets CVSS of 9.8, where like VLC is a server and you could do RCE and compromise the machine, while most of the time the issue is a crash, often not exploitable from a local file that the user has to open manually. And of course, they are never corrected. Then, this time, for whatever reason, CertBun decided to do an advisory without checking either the crash, it's not hard, or the vulnerability, or even contacting us. And of course, CertBun did not contact us for clarifications. So when they decided to do their disclosure, all the media jumped in without checking anything or contacting us. And then, of course, Gizmodo decided to play the clickbaiting of uninstall VLC now or you're going to die. Of course, Gizmodo did not contact at all to check their info. And then we get hundreds of articles about VLC insecurity. You can bet that no one of them will correct their article, or it will be in a small subtweet somewhere hidden. It's still on the Gizmodo front page. If you are working Gizmodo, aren't you not a bit ashamed?
No, apparently not, because they got the views they wanted.
BFM TV joined, of course, with the ridiculous 60% of the fixes done, which is what the reporter added in the public bug tracker. And to finish, and the NVD and Meter Court were contacted more than 12 hours, and we are still waiting for an answer, while Elipes is asking us for clarifications. Would Meter behave the same way if we were Microsoft or another big company? But no, we're just a small non-profit that does not even have the money to pay someone full-time.
Oh
and apparently, of all people, Lifehacker actually got this right, where they said this whole thing was bullshit. But yeah, top tier journalism there. Speaking of journalism,
oh yeah,
and this is the reason why we gave the title for this particular episode. Let's talk about GTA Online.
Oh boy!
Oh, here we go!
Oh boy!
So, on the same
GTA 5,
day,
I love you. Online, you can blow me.
Yeah.
On the same fucking day that the UK decided to huff too much of the Brit bong and decided to say that loot boxes aren't gambling, GTA Online comes up with this casino in a recent update. And and within 24 hours, it was already blocked in 50 countries. And
Damn
counting.
it, Rockstar! Really? Did you really think you're gonna get past this? Oh my fucking word!
Because the Diamond Casino,
congratulations, you played yourself.
Utilizes
fuck you, Zelnick,
which you can purchase with real life money. So it's almost they're not even trying to hide. And GTA Online and Red Dead Online have gotten plenty of shit, and this is only going to add to the pile. It's like when you guys are making single player games, Rockstar, you're great. When you try and make online games, you're the drizzling shits.
Yeah, don't quit your day job, Rockstar.
So basically, what you're saying is they are Bethesda.
That was perfect timing. Because
you know what was coming.
You know what's coming, and we unfortunately only have one part of the Trinity this week. Sorry, guys. I tried. I did the best that I could, but even I have my limits. I'm not a miracle worker. But there was one part of the Trinity that we did get.
Oh, yeah.
It's time for our original soap opera, The Bold and the Bitch Thesda.
Yep.
I love hearing that. So,
yeah.
QuakeCon has come and gone, and for all intents was pretty good. We got a bunch of info on the battle mode, which seems to indicate that id knows that they kind of dropped the ball by handing over the multiplayer to Certain Affinity for Doom 2016. Because if you look at all the reviews, that's the thing that everybody says was a bad move, and the reason nobody even touches the multiplayer. Although to be completely fair, it's not like Doom has ever done a good job with multiplayer anyways.
Which is sad because I played the multiplayer. It wasn't half bad.
The multiplayer for Doom 2016 wasn't terrible, but it was modernized, as Ackman put it. Because you have to keep in mind, it did not handle the multiplayer for Doom. That was handled by Certain Affinity. The same people who handled the multiplayer for Halo 4.
Oh boy.
And have handled multiplayer for several Call of Duties over the years. So that's what we're dealing with. And when it comes to their output, it's not terrible, and there are some good points, but things like the emotes and the skins and all that just leaves a sour taste when the single player is such a cut above beyond that. And one of the things that they had done for QuakeCon this year was announced that Doom 1, 2, and 3 were getting ports. But then there was a bit of a problem.
There's a catch.
Now, fortunately, this thing has been addressed. But
rather quickly, I'm surprised.
But they're requiring people to log into Bethesda.net accounts. Oh yeah. And the memes flowed out.
Oh, God, did they?
Oh, yeah.
This got beamed hard. And, like, here's the thing. So, yeah, basically, images were showing that you had to log in to play the game. And so, with a very specific message that people took and started, like, recreating said message on, like, a ton of other classic games. Final Fantasy VII, Super Mario World. I think one of the best ones was Banjo-Kazooie, where they had bottles saying the message. But it's just, oh, God damn it, Bethesda. Can you fucking up a new game, okay, it happens. We all make mistakes, even though yours is notoriously just god-awful. But now you want to go back and fuck up a classic? Oh, and might I mention that in the demo, in some of the screenshots, people started noticing because, as I'm sure Mildred was going to point out,
yep,
they're using the Unity engine for this, not the WAD engine.
Now, I could understand using the Unity engine for the Switch version, because WAD isn't going to be all that compatible with consoles. They tried it back on the PlayStation, didn't entirely work out. But then I started getting reports of the following, and I had to bust out laughing.
Oh my God. DRM.
Yeah. No, this wasn't DRM. That trial version, Watermark, that's the trial version for Unity.
The Unity trial version. Yeah, that's in the screenshots.
Now, I've been getting conflicting reports where some people are saying they don't see that and other people saying they do. But this particular instance was on the Switch.
This is, again, why do I keep saying that I'm a member of the PC Master Race? Because of bullshit like this.
I'm getting a bunch of reports that's some of them are, in some cases they're not seeing the watermark, in other cases they are. And we've got a few more of the Bethesda.net memes. So,
oh boy,
here's one.
It just works. Oh, from Duke, the original Duke Nukem. But really, is it this? Yeah, at this point, it's like, what is this? Are we dealing with the fucking Red Guard here? Now that you're gonna pollute old games with just garbage? Jesus.
And of course, other people were like, Doom be like unregistered Hypercam 2. No, the joke that we should be using is Doom be like Bandicam.
Ooh.
Which I would make that joke, really. But then be committing joke infringement because Metro Night Live has already used that joke about 4 times.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, but yeah, we have the full ZeniMax code of conduct on the matter
Oh, for God's sake!
with the login, and they got to this thing quick because they had said that their claim here, and you're probably gonna have to prep the button, is that the BethesdaNet login requirement was included for the Slayers Club to reward members for playing the classic Doom games. The login should be optional, and we're working on changing the requirement to optional now. Why would you even need the login to begin with?
Well, here's the thing. All it is just it's just the Hobbit smearing his feces all over again.
And apparently that's not the only problem. There have been people complaining about the music getting fucked up and load times.
Yeah, there's DRM. Oh God, fucking DRM. Really?
You know, maybe if they weren't using Unity, they would not have a problem with load times.
Yeah, really. They should have found a way to get WAD. To get WAD to work. I mean, I don't care if they had to use a fucking paperclip, a fucking rubber band, or anything like that shit. But they could have used the goddamn toaster.
They could have used previous ports. You could have used the version of. You could have just upscaled Doom Trilogy, and you would have been fine. And hell, Doom 1 and 2 have been put out on Android, and they don't have the loading problem or this login shit.
Yeah.
It's not like this is not a case where this was the first time that they had ported this thing over. No, this thing's been ported over more times than I care to count.
Yeah, they port over to the fucking Super Nintendo of all systems, and that seemed to work fine. It wasn't running at 60 frames per second, but it was playable.
Aaron, I got one better for you. They ported it over to the Jaguar, and it still worked.
Yeah. Yeah. The Atari motherfucking Jaguar runs that game better than the Switch version.
At least the commercial for it was kick-ass, though.
Oh,
Very true.
You ever seen anyone ever seen the commercial for Doom for the Jaguar? That's some fucking epic shit.
The only other good thing that came out of the Jaguar is the Scotsman in Kasumi Ninja.
Yup.
Oh boy.
Because I cannot hate somebody who fires fireballs out of their crotch. But you know how last week I had asked why the fuck is Bethesda not promoting Wolfenstein Youngblood?
Yep, we haven't heard word one from it.
After watching Appleben's review and a few other reviews, I think I understand why. It's shit.
Yeah, this makes the new Colossus look like competent.
First off, you want to know what's an easy way to piss me off when it comes to difficulty in shooters? Make the enemies bullet sponges.
Oh, I hate that shit.
They did that. They decided that they were going to go with a semi-open world thing. Try and focus on co-op which is a trend that died a generation ago.
Basically they turn it into a fucking looter shooter.
Yeah, especially since
pretty much, yeah.
While you can go right to the end, it's gonna be a one-sided fight because you have to constantly do all these side quests. Unbanned did not care for the amount of side content the game asks you to do, simply because it feels like literal work.
Yeah.
And I'll give him props for muscling through it because he went into that thing for about 10 hours. Now, granted, there isn't any as far as annoying characters like we had beforehand, that didn't happen, but instead we have characters who are just bland. Like the But this was a very much case of writing trends, and you know, maybe machine games needs to be integrated into a kind of B team of id, so id can have a closer eye on things, because it's like,
yeah, it needs to. Yeah, I
you
think it needs to
you
get.
did so well with the New Order and the Old Blood. What the fuck happened?
I'll tell you what happened. The new Colossus, they got woke, and this one, they're just a bunch of fucking morons. Like I said, Bethesda needs to have it involved with this series again.
One Steam user had commented, after 3 great games, Bethesda bungled up Wolfenstein for this one by turning Youngblood into something Wolfenstein is not. A loot shooter-esque FPS where all the enemies have health bars. RPG elements in non-AAA RPGs is becoming an annoying problem as of late for multiple reasons. 2 major ones being they unnecessarily pad the game and make combat more of a slog, because most of the time you'll be chipping numbers away instead of feeling like you're actually attacking enemies. This is what's killed Assassin's Creed for me for good, and this is the same problem Youngblood has. The RPG mechanics make stealth pretty much useless because you're not guaranteed instant kill headshots too.
Jesus Christ.
And apparently the AI is not exactly getting a positive view, saying forcing co-op is ridiculous. The companion AI and the enemy AIs is a disaster. Microtransactions in a fucking single-player game? The story is boring so far, like watching a Spy Kids movie, and it's terrible.
Well, here's the biggest problem. Wolfenstein, at its core, is the story of B.J. Blazkowicz, Nazi hunter extraordinaire. What is the story of Youngblood? Not that.
No, it's about his twin daughters, and I'm not opposed to doing a passing of the torch story, but I honestly think that if anyone tries to do a passing of the torch story, the one series they need to watch to understand how to do a passing of the torch properly is Batman Beyond.
Yeah. Yep. Or better yet, you know what they should have done with Wolfenstein? Here's what they should have done if they're going to do a passing of the torch. Make the one that passed the torch to Commander Keen.
No.
Commander
yes, think about this. Think about this. According to the Commander Keen storyline, he's the grandson of Blazkowicz. So why not sort of reboot that? I know it's a bad idea, but you know what? Fuck it. At least you're honoring your past franchise.
You know what they're doing with Commander Keen, right?
Yeah, I know. They're fucking it up.
It's dead. This franchise is dead.
Yeah, that the wolf. Yeah. Like I said, until Wolfenstein's back in the hands of frickin' id, this is trash.
It's funny that we're talking about id's side projects, because the other day Nerdslayer had put up a video on Quake Champions and what Kill did, namely the fact that you're bringing back Quake and you decided to implement elements of a hero shooter.
Really? Fucking drink.
Like, now I'm not saying that it would be impossible. The problem with trying to do an arena shooter and hero shooter hybrid is the fact that they demand things that just aren't going to be compatible with each other.
The sheer balance alone required in making that work just does not happen. Look at Overwatch. It is the leader of the hero shooter genre. Let's be honest. It still is having constant problems. They are updating that game constantly to try and fix bugs that happen with new heroes, buff new ones.
Good luck. You'll need it.
I play Overwatch. I love that game. I will give you so much crap of like how things do not work the way they should. Some heroes are just not made to fight others, and you are going to get your ass handed to you. Quake, at its core, was a Twitch-based, high-speed, very competitive arena shooter. Adding in hero abilities is going to slow that down to a crawl.
Ugh.
And doing
Really?
that,
Yeah,
you
really.
kill what makes Quake Quake.
Look, if you want
Yeah.
if you want a more modern take on Quake, go play Reflex, and the community will gladly welcome you if you play Reflex, because I've played that a few times, and anytime I get my ass kicked in the chat, they'll usually give me tips about what I could do better, which is something I don't see often, but.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot from the Unholy Trinity, just those two instances. But but we've got something spicy when it comes to the main event, because we have a case where an old foe decided to reveal their ugly mug. And I have to thank just some guy for bringing this particular thing to my attention, because the writer for this made this article specifically because he got called out by JSG.
Oh no.
So, Count Hogan, play us in.
Oh my!
For the first time
word.
in almost a year, we are going to talk about the Mary Sue.
This is not just drink. You know what this is.
Rise!
I've got the fun ready.
School!
School!
Sound the yaller horn, good brothers.
Indeed. In the immortal words, to paraphrase Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Mary Sue. Now that's a name I have not heard in a long time.
More like a hive of scum and villainy.
So
that too.
So this whole thing started as a byproduct of this dumbass debate about making Spider-Man queer.
What?
And some guy had pointed out, no, he is straight. That is not changing. There is 60 years of history of him banging half of the pretty women in New York. And
despite being a computer geek, he pretty much gets around a lot.
Let's be honest. Spider-Man is a motherfucking pimp.
Exactly.
Okay, I just came into that voice. What the hell did I miss?
They're trying to turn Spider-Man queer.
And just some guy had pointed that out, and then this guy, Anthony Gramagila. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Actually, no, I'm not sorry.
I don't care. That guy's probably a sway-addled retard.
So apparently they're arguing that the reason why this is all right is because Tom Holland and Andrew Garfield are fine with it. Or Garfield teasing the bisexuality thing, except
not an argument.
Not an argument, and how many times has he had to decide between whether or not he's going to be banging Hardy or Jane?
Yeah. Shit, I'm looking. Shit, I'd rather see a Spider-Man where he's banging both.
I'll take them both. I'm hardcore.
Yeah!
Never mind the fact that let's not forget how absolutely livid people got when One More Day happened. And he goes on by saying some reacted with enthusiasm, others reacted by angrily writing tweet essays. You're gonna go with this, straw man? Fuck it, drink. Especially since he tries to straw man just some guy and your boy Zach.
Drink for straw man.
Because Zach had put out one of his car videos where he said, or with the title of "Spider-Man can be gay if you force him to be." Because some people were
Can't do that. Can't do that.
And their argument is that 2 actors have endorsed it. Except here's the problem: 1, actors aren't writers. 2, I have to break out a little thing called logical fallacy theater.
Yep.
Specifically, and I'm going to try and pronounce the Latin properly here. Argumentum ab actorite, otherwise known as an argument from authority.
Oh,
take it easy, Ace.
Stay frosty, man. Stay frosty, man.
Take care, man.
But the thing is that you could have 5, 10, or 100 actors say that they agree with you. That doesn't mean that you're right.
That's not an argument. Oh, by the way, Crystal says Q Linkara joke here.
Good call. Good call.
Yeah, but we're not having green M&Ms. And go.
But in all honesty, again, unless you have a writing team that A, wants to do it, and more importantly, wants to do it properly, and give a reason why he's going to turn gay, you're just going to end up with an agenda-forced narrative that's going to piss everybody off.
Yes, and you know what? It's tokenism.
Here's the other factor. Okay, let's entertain this and say, okay, congratulations, you got what you wanted. Peter Parker's gay. Now what?
Yeah.
And hell, we saw what happened when we did
Who's
this.
the new MJ in that case?
Because we saw what happened when you pull this kind of thing. Because remember C. McGracie's run with not 1 but 2 Iceman comics.
Yeah.
And how god awful that was.
Yeah, that second one didn't even crack 1,000 copies.
And he decided to get salty and try and bury the company for not being woke enough, even though he was the one who broke fucking protocol. But he goes for whatever reason, Peter Parker, indeed any version of Spider-Man across the multiverse, being gay, bi, trans, asexual, has upset several members of the fan community. Well, yeah, because whenever you put that front and center, you're showing your hand, and you're saying that you care more about that than about the story, and nobody wants that. And he goes, well, it's tempting to paint them all with the same brush. Is it fair to call these people raging homophobes? Dr. Cox.
I don't think I have the button for that, but I have the line for it. Good God in heaven, newbie. There's just so many ways for me to say this to you. Never, not in a million years, absolutely not. No way, Jose. No chance, Lance. Net, Nicatory. And of course, my personal favorite of all time, man falling off of a cliff. No!
Hey, Dr. Higgs.
Or when somebody asks, what if Parker dated Johnny Storm, Harry Osborn, or Wade Wilson? You know, I've had some back and forth where I've had to explain to all to you why I have a burning hatred of shipping. Mostly, and for the most part, she understands the fact that the reason is because of garbage shippers who only care about putting a poorly made fanfic instead of actually respecting the character. And I had particularly ranted on the matter when when Shiro had shown up in Legendary Defenders and all that shit, and I said, you know, I'm fine with making him gay. I'm not fine with the fact that one, the fan base got way too butthurt about the fact that he wasn't currently in a relationship, and two, the fact that they spent way more time focusing on him and throwing Keith by the wayside. That was the issue
Keith?
I had.
Just Keith? Dude, I'm a fan of that show. Even I'm like, yo, just Keith.
Keep in mind that I was arguing at the time, and yeah, it got worse. But I think even you aren't going to defend that shit.
I'll defend that he's gay. I will not defend the fact that they decide to put everyone else's character development by the wayside.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. It's like you do that. It's like then you don't have any need for Felicia Hardy or any of the women he gets involved with, because he gets involved with quite a few women, some that are villains. So at some point, you have to ask yourself, why?
Mm-hmm.
Why? I mean, Marvel's already up the creek when it comes to wokeness. What? It's like, what are you gonna do? Paddle harder into the fucking waterfall, you fool! Ugh.
You're supposed to dig upwards, not downwards.
Exactly. Dig up, stupid.
But
Exactly.
one comment had responded to CBR, and by the way, I'm gonna put this out there. If anybody links, if anybody does a non-archive link for CBR on the quest board, it is immediately getting tossed.
Yeah, that's getting trashed.
CBR
Please
is
archive
trash.
your stuff. Please archive those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same goes with the. Better, could you put that rule up? Is there any way you could put that rule up on the thing so everyone would notice? Because
I'm probably going to be editing the description for the quest board where I give a blacklist, i.e. archives only. The only person who seems to be having an issue with archives for some reason is Cure. It might be on his end. I'm not sure why, but somebody had responded to this whole question of saying, because Stan fucking Lee said so. And yeah, and basically, and then the author tries to go that the two of them wrote Peter as a cisgender heterosexual white male. You can just hear the sneering with them saying this, and that many fans have passionately declared that making Peter gay would counter that original vision. Although here's where we get into the stupid, and here's where we get to the point where as soon as I saw this, I had to pull a Brian Zane during the Jesse Ventura story.
Oh god.
He goes, I'm gonna read this word for word. Ironically, many of the people don't seem to care too much about other changes made to Peter's character since then. Stanley didn't seem too fond of the Clone Saga, where for some time the comics tried to convince the readers that the Parker they knew was the original Spider and that the newcomer Ben Reilly was the original Peter. You're trying to use the Clone Saga as your defense? The fucking Clone Saga?
Nope.
No.
Stay off the damn weed.
Oh, fuck weed. These guys are on cocaine.
Oh yeah,
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
You know what's really sad?
cocaine.
Because here's the thing. I'm going to play devil's advocate here for a minute. I bet you anything I could make a situation where you could at least test the waters of Peter Parker going gay and make it plausible. Make it convincing. And it's not that hard. The problem is you would need a good writing team to make it work. And I guarantee you're not going to find a good writing team that wants to make that work.
Exactly.
But here's the idea. Let's have some little fun here. Let's say, first of all, it's not going to be the main Peter Parker. All right, this is going to be an AU because there's no way you're doing it with the main Peter Parker. Just after everything he's done, no way.
No.
But if you have an AU where he's still maybe in college, start there. You could do the experimentation plan. Have him do a scene where he decides he wants to experiment. You know?
Yeah.
Get Harry Osborn involved, you know, keep that going. And if it doesn't work out, you can immediately just say, all right, I've had this fun. I've tested this out. Not my thing. Boom. Right back on track. And if it does work out, if the fans actually like it, that particular alternate Peter Parker, that Elseworld Parker, can go on and have his merry gay adventures. And the main Peter Parker can still be the Peter Parker we all love, hanging out with MJ and doing all that shit.
Hell,
boom!
You can pull it off by just saying Spider-Verse, multiverse theory.
Yeah,
really.
You've got the option. It's just the problem is they want the main Peter Parker. They want the prime Peter Parker.
They want to colonize it. This is all about colonizing.
The mindset is this. If you'll excuse my butchery of Greek, they want the kudos without the arete. It has less to do with Peter Parker as a character and more to do with him being the most popular Marvel character.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to this whole undoing thing, there's one thing that just some guy had brought up that they don't. And that is the death of Gwen Stacy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason why people got pissed off at the Clone Saga was because you were telling them that the stories that they had been collecting for decades didn't matter.
Yeah.
Not helped that in the Clone Saga, they brought out a clone of Gwen Stacy, which just served to piss everybody off.
Yeah, that's like basically trying to do the same thing with Uncle Ben. Because there used to be 3 rules within these comics. Bucky, Uncle Ben, and Gwen Stacy, they ain't coming back.
Granted, with
all 3 of those rules have been broken.
At least with all 3 of them, they've been broken in a way that actually got us some good stories out of it.
Winter Soldier, at least that's the only good part about it. But
Spider-Gwen went the alternate universe route, so Bullet dodged there.
And all the beautiful cosplays that came after that, of course.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
As well as the Hey meme from the movie.
Hey, it's a good fucking movie.
Mm-hmm. And let's see. Yeah, he had. So apparently, the next argument, the argument against the whole Vision thing, is that Stan Lee only wrote the first 100 issues and then handed writing duties to Gary Conway.
Not an argument.
Not an argument, because Gary Conway was still had to respect the original intent. That's the thing. If you're adapting or following up on something that's already there, you have to respect what came before. It's the reason why in wrestling locker rooms you've got to shake everybody's when you're new, you shake everybody's hand.
Yeah,
that's right.
Mm-hmm. And then this person has the gall to say people use Lee's words to further their ends. They aren't motivated by them. Pot calling the kettle black, methinks. Because backlash is inevitable to any change. Not so much. I mean, I do not recall there being a huge amount of backlash for, say, Batman Beyond. Of having the older Bruce and Terry having the mantle.
Yeah, because Bruce was still involved, even if he wasn't the Batman. All of the continuity of the original series was respected and involved in Batman Beyond, and Batman and Terry proved just before the whole son implications, the whole clone of Bruce implications, if I recall correctly. Even before that, he had already proven that he could live up to the mantle in his own way. So they did everything they were supposed to do to prep that up. So when people saw that, we're like, okay, I'm okay with this. That's what you have to do. But there's certain things you can't do that with, and a gay Peter Parker in the main universe just can't do it because there's so much of his history that would counteract that kind of change.
And then the author tries to address that next, saying bring up Gwen Stacy, Mary Jane, Felicia Hardy, and all that, and that it would erase. And the next is a weak argument, saying
very weak.
Saying people who feel this way either deliberately or accidentally erase the possibility that Peter is bisexual or asexual.
I'll buy bisexual, but again, it has to be AU.
There's two.
Yeah.
There's allow me to take a wrecking ball to this because what you're trying to do here is another case of logical fallacy theater. That is moving the goalpost.
Of course. Them goalposts they love putting those wheels on them goalposts now, do they?
And the reason let's be clear. I have a very, very strong sense of smell when it comes to sniffing out bullshit. You would want him queer so that you can have him boning Osborn.
Yeah.
Don't even try to deny it. I know how trash fanfic works. I've had to suffer through reading My Immortal.
Oh, that's what it is. They're shipping.
Yeah. Yep. We saw this thing a few years ago with that whole give Captain America a boyfriend because people thought that he should be shacking up with Bucky.
Oh my god.
Because these are the same people who think that two heterosexual men cannot have any sort of close friendship without it devolving into boning. Which tells me that which lets me ask, who's the real thirsty ones there?
You know what? I'm gonna make a change to my little experiment from earlier. You know what? Just to piss these guys off, instead of it being Harry Osborn, make it Flash Thompson. Let's really fuck with these guys.
I only bullied you because I was in love with you, Peter.
Are you saying that the author of this article is a bottom?
Yep.
All I'm going to say is, boys,
but I'm heavily implying it.
boys, all I'm going to say is, you goodbye horses, and Flash Thompson going, would you fuck me?
Oh, fuck.
I'd fuck me.
You know what?
I'd fuck me hard.
Oh, fuck, what the hell? You know what?
And he goes, of all the reasons, if they don't want to retcon stories that matter to them, that's fine. That makes sense, he says. But also has no bearing on whether there can be a queer Spider-Man. Just put a queer Spidey in the Spider-Verse.
Oh, fuck off. Yeah.
Except
now they bring up the other problem, the other idea.
Except you're not arguing for an AU version. Don't even try and bullshit me like that. What the?
Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me hard.
Cut!
Come on, Spidey.
Oh, son of a bitch.
God, I'm going to hell.
Oh, Kira's with a perfect one. You know, make it better. Make it Eddie Brock.
Oh my God.
Well, we do see a lot.
Kira, that's awesome.
We do see a lot of tentacles as Venom.
Oh God. Yeah, go full Japanese yaoi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shades, think about that and try to sleep tonight.
Oh, you kidding me? I can handle it. I can handle it, please.
Oh, I know you can handle
I've
it.
watched more than my.
Oh, I know you can handle it. We are more than aware of how far down the rabbit hole you've gone. But
Sleep well, kitties.
Yep. Let's see. Comments are Apparently he also brings up a fan campaign for Donald Glover to be cast as Peter Parker from 2012.
Huh? What?
Trying to shame the argument of you can't have Donald Glover play Peter Parker because Peter Parker is not a black man.
Exactly.
And then they go with the argument of, by this point, there's been an Indian Spider-Man, a Japanese Spider-Man, the Latino Spider-Man 2099, and so on. Except here's the thing:
alternate universe.
All four of those that you mentioned, not Peter Parker. The Japanese one isn't Peter Parker, and you do not get to invoke the glory of Spider-Man, the ambassador of hell. And the Indian Spider-Man, I bet you didn't even read that shit.
Wait. If you're talking about the Indian Spider-Man, the fucker that flies on a green screen with a little chick that looks like Supergirl.
No.
Oh god.
No, this was a limited series comic about a decade ago.
That
mind that.
Spider-Man. It's like why do I get the feeling that oh my god, why am I getting Puma Man flashbacks with that one?
Oh god. Don't get
my
Maddie
man,
started.
he flies like a moron.
There it is. Too late. Aaron, I blame you.
What?
Game fan
got Maddie started.
Game fan is
Okay, so you know what? I'm just gonna go.
Oh god damn it. Ooh, my man, he flies like a moron.
I will remember this, Aaron. I will remember this.
Hey, Aaron, be careful. You're on a shit list now for a little bit.
I'm on a lot of people's shit lists, and I got a sword and a shotgun ready.
He'll get you back.
But
I'll just stick my daughter on him. She knows how to roast like a motherfucker.
Oh my god.
I am not having a roast off in my temple.
Oh no, don't worry. I'll find some dueling grounds.
What do I look like, Donga?
Okay.
I don't even.
Anyway, yeah.
Anyway, they do bring up the whole Miles. They do bring up the whole Miles Morales and the whole controversy regarding him. Except, just some guy has mentioned that he does not care for Miles Morales because he looks at that character and he sees a token.
Exactly.
It was definitely a rough going for Miles early on because of that. But I think when Bendis wasn't writing Miles, he started getting better. Because Brian Michael Bendis is a shit writer. Just putting that out there. He's good at spectacle and nothing else.
Yeah, he's basically Mark Waid's clone.
No, a guy that only likes spectacle? Maddie will know this. This motherfucker's the Shinichiro Shirakura of comics.
Anytime he tries to do character drama,
Fuck it.
But the thing is that he was Miles Morales was introduced as a half black, half Latino, gay Spider-Man. That is what got people raising eyebrows on the matter. Even though he didn't replace and managed to get better again when he wasn't being written as a token. And then there. And
then they dropped the bullshit.
Yep. And some guy is living rent free in this guy's head, because this is like the third time he's been invoked. We're on the question of representation. This is what just JSG had to say. And yeah, drink first. There's no need for representation. All people need to do is look at Peter's experiences and metaphors and apply them to their own lives. This isn't hard. It's called imagination. Something progressives apparently lack.
Ooh. Shots fired.
This is something that I have been very critical of for the longest time, even from people I like. This notion that somehow a character looking like them somehow makes them relatable. I find this to be incredibly narcissistic.
Yeah, you know something? I think a lot of these quote unquote progressives forgot that television companies tried to pull this shit in the 90s with a lot of cartoons having a whole cavalcade of representation.
The Burger King Kids Club effect.
Yeah, and people fucking hated it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're trying on existing characters. And the thing here is, like I said, there's only like out of so many tries, there's only one or two successes. I think one of them was Static Shock.
Yeah, because here's the thing, Static Shock was originally written as a black character living essentially in the hood. Well, as close to the hood as you can get in that kind of situation. And it wasn't a pre-made character that they tried to make black. He was already built that way, and they worked that into the narrative.
Yeah, very, very much so.
That's the thing these idiots need to realize, is that when you've already established a universe a certain way and then try to change one character to be a very different way, it's not going to work. You have to change everything. And sometimes that's just not possible.
And, Game Fan, we do not talk about Saban Moon. I had to watch that thing once a year ago, thanks to this jackass. Never again.
No.
Look, there are people. I've seen pictures of people cosplaying Saban Moon. They pull it off better than Saban Moon themselves.
All right, I want to stop that real quick because I want to make a clarification. Saban had nothing to do with that. That name is a misnomer.
It's Tune Makers, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah. The only connection Saban has to them is that the company that Tune Makers was working with to make that pilot also works with Saban. But Saban had nothing to do with that. The only reason they call it that is because, it just happens to look like something Saban would make. That needs to stop.
All right.
They got enough shit to deal with.
I will take that clarification. Haim has bigger shit on his pile.
Exactly.
Yep.
I was just saying that. And I don't just mean Power Rangers now that he's done with that shit.
Yeah, he thought we were going to do great things, and it turns out, nope, he fucked it even worse than he did when he had it.
Yeah, don't get us started. We'll be here all night. Moving on.
Yeah, that's been well covered. Now, he's trying to paint that there's two distinct camps. One that's okay with it, and as long as they don't have to see it, and the other who are against the concept. That is a double straw man.
Oh boy.
My. Drake!
Fucking drink.
If there are two camps, it is this: people who respect the source material and people who only see the source material as a pedestal. You are the latter.
More accurately, they just drop their pants and shit on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
now
what it is.
the next part of it, they make a homophobia accusation and
oh, fucking course, drink.
And this is something that I want to highlight that shows the narcissism that I talked about before, saying women, people of color, the LGBTQ AB up left down left right whole day start community
$! Exclamation point @ +sign
that they all want superheroes to represent our life experiences in some way. Now, I don't know how many of you watch Professor Geek, but he blew this thing to shreds a year ago. Where he talked about that there are two primary types of superheroes. The cathartic type and the it's not the right word, but I can't remember the right word, but I'm going to call it the ideal type. The thing is that if you have you need to have both in order to provide contrast with each other. When you have too much of the people's attempt at he specifically mentioned this as a kind of when it came to people deconstructing superheroes, is that all that they were doing is replacing one type with the other, but you need the ideal in order to make the cathartic.
Honestly, the way I've always described it is, in old school terms, like old school comic characters when they were originally created, the Marvel type versus the DC type, because that was how they used to run before they all muddied up their own waters. Marvel was the cathartic type. They were the characters you could relate to. You know, they had their flaws, but they overcame their struggles. DC was more of the ideal type, the kind of characters you looked up to, the kind of, the Superman, if you will, the kind of characters you wanted to be. That's what made them vary the big two, because they represented each type and had that contrast. Nowadays, it's kind of hard because they both kind of do a little bit of everything, and they don't know how to do either one.
Exactly.
I'm going to link the video in the quest board on the Discord. So those who want to watch it can watch it later. And I just want to point out for the record that Professor Geek is really good at what he does. But the thing, it goes on to say that minorities have had to identify with characters unlike ourselves, while the cishet white males who believe themselves to represent the entire fandom do not. Do not make this a have not, because you're going to lose that argument. Because you are being extremely bigoted with this, where you're saying that I cannot identify with any character who is not mixed race and tall. Are you really going to go with that argument? One of my favorite pulp characters is Solomon Kane. I am not a Puritan. I have never been a Puritan. I'm barely religious as it is. I don't go around in that kind of hat, and I definitely was not a Corsair. And yet there are aspects of Solomon Kane I find relatable.
That's one
think
hell of a
of all the characters that people related to when it comes to anime. And how many different ethnicities that those fans are. Like, I hate this argument because it is a complete and blatant insult to not one particular fan base, but anybody who might see something and become a fan.
Yeah, really.
And they end with the thing by lamenting that they will never accept any diverse diverse changes. They react with the same uniform anger with anything that means they have to share their fandom with someone else. Here's the problem. You're not asking for the fandom to be shared. You're asking for the lion's pie.
You're asking for ownership, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You want to be the one who dictates the rest of the fandom, and you're getting butthurt that the fandom is saying, no, you can fuck off. Because here's the thing. All those fans, all this amorphous fandom that you want to besmirch, you know what they're all made of? Individuals. Communities are individuals, and you cannot just dismiss them as an amorphous blob. Otherwise, you are seeing the forest for the trees. Sure. And lastly, and this is one thing I want to make especially clear. Let me tell you all a little story about Malcolm X, specifically the film adaptation.
Before you do that, I want to take a look at his Twitter profile. He's got all the greatest hits. He's got pronouns. He's got all this crap and then
let's see what we've got here. Pronouns. Harry Potter. Read something else, you goddamn bums. Some sort of reference to coffee, and the alt-right is living rent-free in his head. Also, a Patreon and a coffee.
Oh God, man! Oh man! Oh man! I swear to God. I bet. Yeah, I wonder if he's got his fucking Antifa suit in his closet. Jag off.
He apparently tried to defend Kwanzaa. You know, the guy who thinks that he's the Black Frank Miller and blocked me when I said, you are the Black Frank Miller. It's just that you're not 80s Daredevil Frank Miller. You're 2000s Holy Terror Frank Miller.
Oh. Yeah.
I felt that one.
Well, actually it gets better because I put in a footnote and I said, you know what? That's not completely on the mark. You wanted to be old school Frank Miller, and you ended up being Rob Liefeld.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, that's why for this motherfucker.
You just made the list.
Damn right he did.
Yep.
Oh, he made my list indeed. Let me get.
I guarantee he has that kind of avatar because he probably looks like a buggy whip motherfucker. Because that's how it always goes.
Of course.
But here's the thing. The thing about a straw man is that straw men catch fire very easily.
Yep.
And when you're I saw the debates he had with other people. Just some guy and other people were saying, okay, give me one legitimate argument about this whole swap that you want to do. And the only thing that he could come back with was more representation, which is a shorthand for I have nothing interesting to say. So instead I'm going to try and attack. And whenever you resort to emotive arguments with me, you lose.
Yeah.
I'd gotten into one of them and I said, if you're gonna use the whole Mafifis thing, you might want to strap a crash helmet to your ass because I'm going to shove that thing so hard that you can taste the back end of it. Like,
Yeah.
Shades, you know how I am with bad arguments. If I so much as sniff that you're coming at me with some weak shit, you will get destroyed.
Yeah, which is why I don't fuck with you unless I know I have something to stand on.
Mm-hmm.
And I've done pretty well for myself, all things considered.
Yeah, you're almost a competent debater now.
Well, I debated you on the James Bond flicks a couple weekends ago.
Like I said, almost competent. But with that is going to wrap up this very, very packed edition of Monastery Live. This one was a lot more packed than I predicted it was going to be. We didn't get the Unholy Trinity, but we made up for it in other ways. And of course,
we still managed to add it at a decent time, so I'd say that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. And by the way, let's go ahead and send this idiot out of here.
Put your motherfucking head back down.
Oh yes.
Because he's, I'm gonna bet you dollars to donuts within the next year or two, we're gonna have to reset the clock again when involving this fool.
I shall prep the pop-up button because we're calling it now.
Yep.
And the Rageaholic button.
Definitely.
Yeah, but I don't target the Mary Sue all that often because I feel like I'd be repeating myself, but this was one of those cases where I had to make an exception.
Yeah, it's low-hanging fruit, but you know what? In this case, it's fruit that needed to be picked.
And as a result of the whole thing, you know what? I get the feeling that as much as they say that they want it, well, I would say that Marvel or Sony isn't going to go for it, but they really can't because they've already established an MCU Spider-Man that doesn't fit it, and I doubt Sony would go for it, and lastly, even if they do go for it, it's just another case of I am so glad that I am not paying any attention at all to Marvel Phase 4, especially given there was one little thing that was just too minor to talk about, but I feel I might as well bring it. They are trying desperately hard to not have anyone refer to Natalie Portman as female Thor, and instead they want her to be called Mighty Thor.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, but no.
That's not how this works, buddy. That is not how this works.
Having read the comic, I'd be hard pressed to call her demeanor a lady. Especially with let us not forget unsolicited opinions on Israel.
Oh, God.
And ethics in hammer wielding. That was in the comic,
God.
and that's what they plan on adapting. And the whole
so prepare for cringe.
Yes, and GameFan brings a good point. Why couldn't we have a movie about Beta Ray Bill? At least he earned the right to use the hammer.
Yeah, really.
If you're worried that it's going to be too ridiculous,
in his name, though.
You lose. If you're worried that it's going to be too ridiculous, you lose that argument with the fact that your best MCU movies have been the Guardians of the Galaxy ones.
Yeah, even though it's written by a complete scumbag. Anyway.
But regardless, I will unless some big fuck up happens, I will have the video on Ashley Riot up tomorrow at 3 o'clock as usual. After that's up, I'm going to be putting up a link to both the Gaming Monk review requests and the characters with character request. It's going to be in a Google form. I will I can't promise I'll get to all of them, but I will do the best that I can. It's just some of them are obviously going to take a bit more time because I'm going to have to do research. Ashley Riot is just a case where I was familiar with it, and to be quite honest, I wouldn't be opposed to a spiritual successor to Vagrant's story, because in a post Dark Souls type environment, I think that game would fit in pretty well.
Oh yeah.
But I want to see some submissions. I want people to throw me some crazy shit. I have only gotten two requests, and one of them was an unofficial one by a friend of mine, because someone asked me to handle Broly, and I had said, all right, this gives me a perfect opportunity to use the D10 DBZ RPG, because I'm not using the official one. That thing's outdated. And for Ashley Riot, I used 13th Age, which was a challenge. I want to do a further challenge. I want to further challenge myself on this. And Shades, just in case you're thinking it, if you're going to invoke Food Wars, you can't use the whole series.
Don't do it.
I let you get away with that once. I'm not letting you get away with it twice. His short version, I asked him to come up with 10 anime, and I would try and figure out what would be the best games to adapt them to. One of the entries he gave was Food Wars, and if you don't know why I'm giving that kind of stance, just watch. I'm not gonna have you watch the whole thing. Just watch the first episode.
Yeah, but you will know everything you need to know.
Fun, brah.
Oh yeah.
Or just watch it anyways because it's a pretty damn good show. That but leave your seriousness at the door. You're not gonna need it.
Yeah, no.
And considering one character, leave your modesty at the door as well.
Simply put, you will never you will never hear the term foodgasm the same way again after you watch one episode of the show.
Yeah, I bet you that's an understatement.
You'd probably love it, Aaron. You'd love it.
But, and now, there will be another for the time being, I'm going to continue doing the weekly review thing. There will be another one this Saturday. It is going to be Song of Swords versus Blade of the Iron Throne. Both of them are spiritual successors to Riddle of Steel. I.e., they're trying to do a very HEMA-inspired RPG. And for the record, the only HEMA channel I can actually watch without feeling like I need to put on earplugs is The Sword's Path. Like, I know some people recommended me to watch Shadversity when I was working on the script for the next review, but I said the problem that I have with him is that he spends way too much time deconstructing and not enough time reconstructing. And I saw his attempt at trying to write attributes for an RPG, and bless his heart, but stay in your lane.
Yeah, really.
Like most of his videos are about how various properties get medieval fencing wrong, and it's like, yeah, we all know that. The Sword's Path, at the very least, just does tutorials on sword forms and the like, and most recently they did a video called Mordhau in real life. But that's what's coming on Monday and Saturday. I will be streaming on Monday. It will be Golem Gates. And I will but next week next Tuesday I probably will not be streaming Bloodstained, because there is something else I need to dive headfirst into.
By the way, I should note, Mildred, I actually played Bloodstained earlier today. Remember how much trouble you were having with the first boss?
Uh-oh.
First go, didn't you?
Didn't even break a sweat. Didn't even have to use a health potion.
In my defense, I have been severely out of practice.
All I'm going to say in this case, Shades, I think the completion has said it best. I beat it.
So, fair being fair, Zangetsu kicked my ass.
Yeah, Zangetsu does not fuck around.
No, he does not.
And I don't think I'm going to be tackling that again until I'm a little bit more leveled. But what did you expect? You were picking a fight with David Hayter. What did you? He's been the Guyver. What did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, though he's not the only voice actor that caught my attention in that game, but you haven't gotten that far yet, I bet.
Oh, I'm sure I'll spot it when I can. And I do love that there are plans to make him playable.
Mm-hmm.
But
I hope so. I like Zangetsu.
Well, he's playable in Curse of the Moon, but that's a different matter entirely.
Yeah.
But more importantly, that makes it. I want to see a 3-on-3. I want to see a triple threat death battle between that Zangetsu from Bleach, and the Melon Man.
Ooh.
Why? Because cutting Moon. But I digress. Thank you all so very much for watching. Sorry about the black screen. We will see you all next week with another iteration of Monastery Live. The water supply will be refilled by that point. There will be ale to be drank, salt to be mined, and asses to be kicked. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody.